Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to our council meeting here in Seoul. The highlight, I might add, of our week of meetings here, and it's a great pleasure to see so many of you here today. Now, have I got, no, I haven't got control of the slides. Who's got control of the slides?
We're just going to set it up, otherwise you can still introduce the guy.
Yeah, okay. So in a minute, when we have some slides appearing, aha, no, disappeared. But we are going to be welcoming Yong-Si Lee from the Financial Supervisory Service, the Insurance and Risk Management Division, actuarial team of the here in South Korea to give us a little bit of introduction to the work of the insurance industry here in South Korea. It's, I believe, very important when we visit a country like this, a country I suspect that many of us were unfamiliar with, but actually an important member of the IAA, that we get a chance to hear from them. So very shortly, I will hand over to Yong-Si Lee to give us a short address. But first, I want to formally welcome you from the officers and the executive director, myself, Micheline Dion as our immediate past president, Bazena Hinton as our president-elect, and Mathieu Longelier on my left, my right, as our executive director. So I hope you've had a good week of meetings here in Seoul. I've certainly enjoyed it. I thought we've had some really interesting discussions, really interesting presentations, and I feel as a profession that we've come together and we've made some really good progress in a number of areas. So at this point, I'm going to pause before we begin the formal proceedings of the annual council, the large council meeting, and invite Yong-Si Lee to take the lectern to address us on the industry here in South Korea.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Yong-Si Lee, and I'm a senior manager of Financial Supervisory Services and Insurance Actuary team. Also, I'm a FSA and FIK. First of all, it's an honor to have the opportunity to present about statutory accounting principle in Korea in front of such distinguished guests today. FSS is an institution that inspects and supervises financial institutions for sound development of finance and consumer protection. Yeah. Today's presentation consists of 4 parts. Next slide, please. Next one, please. On this slide, I'm going to explain about. Sorry, push the next slide here. Okay, thank you. Amendment of statutory accounting principle and the basic purpose for the SAP amendment. Insurer in Korea must report according to each of the 3 accounting standards. IFRS, also known as GAAP, and SAP and prudential accounting principle. The purpose of each of the 3 accounting standards is different. GAAP is prepared for the accounting auditor. SAP is prepared for the supervisory institutions, and PEP is prepared for calculating solvency ratio. Korea SAP has been revised under the content of IFRS 17, which results into some changes allowed by IFRS 17, but not violation of IFRS 17. And the basic purpose for SAP amendment is below for purpose, and I will skip because of the time. As I explained by a former slide, in Korea, insurance accounting is classified into 3 standards. Below picture is about classification of insurance accounting. And all accounting was ruled by commercial law, and GAAP is ruled by external auditing law, which prescribes of accounting standards for financial statement for all corporations. And both SAP and PEP are regulated by law of insurance, which is for insurance industry. And I will compare the composition of insurance liability for each accounting standard. General accounting and statutory accounting principles are similar, but prudential accounting differs in some terms and methods of liability calculation. The purpose of the GAAP is providing information for economic decision-making to stakeholders such as investors and creditors. Insurance liability under GAAP consists of BAL and RA and CSM. Purpose of the SAP is providing information for supervisory institutions. And we use that information to monitor insurers' financial soundness and to protect policyholders. And insurance liability under SAP is same with the GAAP, is the BAL, RA, and CSM. And finally, purpose of the PEP is providing information for solvency to various stakeholders such as investors, creditors, and supervisors. The next part is transition accounting for IFRS 17. On this slide, I will explain about transition accounting standard. For insurance contracts held at the transition date, insurers may choose either retrospective approach or fair value approach. Insurers shall apply retrospective approach unless impracticable. Fully retrospective approach results in the valuation that would have been made by IFRS 17 at the date of initial recognition. And modified retrospective approach leads to the closest outcome to fully retrospective approach. In the fair value approach, CSM is calculated by deduct the IFRS 17 fulfillment cash flow from the fair value liability. And this slide is about transition accounting in Korea. And the transition date was 2022 January 1st, and in Korea, insurer can set the retrospective period between 3 and 5 years prior to the transition date. Then insurers shall apply the fully or modified retrospective approach to the retrospective period. And for the contracts prior to the retrospective period, insurers shall apply the fair value approach. To apply fair value approach, we had to decide what fair value of insurance liability was. And under prudential accounting, insurer have to evaluate its assets and liabilities as fair value. So in Korea, insurance liability under prudential accounting with some amendments was chosen for fair value of insurance liability. And amendments were reflected to evaluate the liability as required by IFRS 17. And the below left table is the detail of the amendment. And after the calculation of the fair value of insurance liability, CSM is equal to difference between the fair value liability and the fulfillment cash flow under IFRS 17. So CSM was calculated by subtracting BEL RA under IFRS 17 from the fair value of insurance liability. And in this part, I will introduce about actual financial impact of the introduction of IFRS 17 in last year, Korea. First content is net income in 2023. Last year was the first year of IFRS 17 adoption and the first year that full IFRS 17 results was reported. Net profit in 2023 increased significantly, as you can see. In the case of life insurance, net profit in 2022 was $2.85 billion, and net profit in 2023 was $3.93 billion, an increase of 38%. And in the case of non-life insurance, net profit in 2022 was $4.22 billion, and net profit in 2023 was $6.36 billion, an increase of 51%. Insurance service results improved as the acquisition costs deferral period increased from 7 years under IFRS 4 to the whole insurance period under IFRS 17. And insurance income of CSM amortization has a high proportion among net income. And especially in Korea, the proportion of non-renewable and long-term insurance products is very large. So CSM was calculated to be high in Korea. Second content is premium received in 2023. The Korean insurance market ranked 7th in the world in 2022 based on premium received volume. However, since the introduction of IFRS 17, Korea's premium received volume have decreased. In the case of life insurance, premium received in 2022 was $102 billion, and premium received in 2023 was $87 billion, a decrease of 15%. In the case of non-life insurance, premium received in 2022 was $92 billion, and premium received in 2023 was $96 billion, an increase of 4%. In particular, the decrease in life insurance is large, which is due to a sharp decrease in premiums of saving insurance products. For saving insurance products of life insurance, premium received in 2022 was $35 billion, and premium received in 2023 was $22 billion, a decrease of 38%. In the case of savings insurance products, CSM is calculated to be low, so it is believed that insurers have avoided selling saving insurance products because of low profitability. Next content is 2023 balance sheets. Because the high interest rate environment has continued after the transition date, liability based on IFRS 17 decreased significantly. On the asset side, policy loan and unamortized acquisition costs under IFRS 4 were removed from asset items, so assets decreased. The decrease in liability was greater than decrease in assets, so equity increased. In the case of life insurance, equity in 2022 was $38 billion, and equity in 2023 was $80 billion, an increase of 107%. In the case of non-life insurance, equity in 2022 was $30 billion, and equity in 2023 was $49 billion, an increase of 62%. And in this part, I will introduce about current issue for IFRS 17 in Korea. Since the introduction of IFRS 17, issues over actuarial assumption has arisen constantly in Korea. In particular, there is a lot of issues over whether the actuarial assumptions are optimistic or pessimistic. I will briefly show you the financial performance of what kind of actuarial assumptions uses. If the optimistic assumption is used, expected claims decreases, so BEL and RA decreases, and CSM increases. On the other side, if the pessimistic assumption is used, expected claims increases, BEL and RA increases, and CSM decreases. CSM amortization refers to the CSM recognized for the service provided. I assume CSM amortization rates for the first year as 10%. At the below table, I prepared brief income statements for the first year. I assume actual claims for the first year as 75. As you can see in table, insurance service results case of optimistic assumption is higher than pessimistic assumption. So which assumption is better? To maximize short-term profit, optimistic assumption may be better for insurer. And as a supervisor, we are considering establishing an actuarial assumption discussion organization to deal with these issues. And the next issue is about acquisition costs and excessive competition. Under IFRS 17, CSM becomes the most important profit indicator for the insurers. An insurer can secure CSM by selling highly profitable contracts. To pursue more CSM, insurers have paid more and more acquisition costs to the agents. Accordingly, market competition for new contract sales has intensified in Korea. However, acquisition costs are amortized in accordance with the insurance period, so the burden of excessive acquisition costs is reduced on the IFRS 17. I will briefly show you the part of the financial results of what kind of strategy uses. In strategy 1, insurer pay the general level of acquisition costs of 100, and in strategy 2, insurer pay excessive acquisition costs of 200. The results of the CSM amortization revenue for each strategy are shown in the table below. Because insurer pays excessive acquisition costs in strategy 2, so BEL increases and CSM decrease under strategy 2. However, sales of the contracts increases to 200. The total CSM amortization revenue is calculated by multiplying CSM by number of contracts and CSM amortization rates. As a result, in strategy 2, CSM amortization revenue is recognized more by paying more acquisition costs. So which strategy do you prefer? It is a very controversial in Korea, and our institution is considering how to address these issues based on the content of the IFRS 17 standard. And there may be some confusion as it is in the early stages of IFRS 17 introduction, but I believe that with everyone's efforts, such confusion will subside and stabilize as time goes by. Thanks for listening to my presentation.
Young-Lee, thank you very much for giving us an insight to the insurance industry here in South Korea. And it's very reassuring to see that just as this great city of Seoul around us is growing and thriving, so too is the insurance industry here in South Korea. So thank you for giving us a brief insight to the industry here. I think that is so important for us as guests in your great country. So thank you.
Thank you. Please tell me again what you want.
So I think we haven't got time for questions, I'm afraid. So if that's okay, thank you very much for your presentation. And we'll move on. So hopefully the slides will move down. My glamorous assistant is preparing. Carolyn.
Not super optimistic about the clicker. I think Christian will do the clicker, unfortunately. Christian will have to, we'll fix it at the break. So.
Right. Okay, so we reached the part on our agenda where we remember actuaries who've made a really important role in our society, in our IAA family, and there are three particularly I'd like us to remember today. Firstly, Ad Koch, known to many, many of you, was chair of the IAA role of the Actuary Task Force and served on 10 different IAA entities in 12 years, representing the Dutch Actuarial Society. And Konstantinos Konstopoulos from Greece, a founding member of the Hellenic Actuarial Society and representative to the IAA from 1981 to 2006. And then additionally, Walt Rugland. Not only was he president of the International Forum of Actuarial Associations, the predecessor to the IAA, and SOA president in 92-93, but he was secretary of the EC that established and had a huge role in creating the IAA as we know it today. And then he continued to represent the SOA on the Insurance Accounting and Professionalism Committees for many years thereafter. These are three great actuaries who will be sorely missed. So I would ask you all to stand as we remember them. Thank you. Thank you. Now on to some happier news. We can celebrate some anniversaries. And it's a great achievement for the Institute of Actuaries of Japan to be celebrating their 125th anniversary this year. And in fact, we'll be hearing a little bit later from the Japanese team as they present the 33rd ICA, which will take place in Tokyo in 2026. But we congratulate them on their 125 years. We also congratulate both the Society of Actuaries in the US and the Argentinian Actuarial Institute for 75 years of existing in their current forms. And congratulations too to the Egyptian Society of Actuaries and the Estonian Actuarial Society, who we will be going to later this year to celebrate with them in person and on the ground on 25 years anniversary this year. So a big congratulations to all of those societies. So we now have a few procedural matters to ensure that everything runs smoothly and that you are familiar with what our rules are. Many of you, I'm sure, already do know, but just a reminder up there on the screen today. We don't do roll calls. Virtual participants will be on Zoom under their country names. We only allow one delegate per FMA and section as a participant at council meetings, but of course we welcome a number of observers around the sides. Everybody who's joining virtually will have been muted upon entry and will not be allowed to screen share. And if you are online, please raise your hand using the raise the hand feature if you want to make a contribution. And we will then unmute you. Can I remind everybody that contributions need to be restricted to a maximum of 3 minutes if we're going to make sure that we run on time. And that brings us on to the voting procedures. We don't allow amendments of motions. I will ask for a mover and seconder, and we'll use the raise hand or just raise your hand in the room. Then each motion will be put on screen, and once we've had a discussion on the motion, we will vote on it. And again, if you're online, you can vote using the raise your hand function. For motions where we have potential or there's not overwhelming support, we will go for a more detailed vote, and we will need to use the voting cards and count if necessary. If you're online, you can use the chat functions to send questions to the chair. And all of this is being recorded and is available on YouTube and will be available as a recording afterwards. Hopefully, this format ensures that we get a balance between interaction and managing such a large and slightly challenging, with hybrid functions as well, meeting across time zones. So that's how we will run the meetings. This is the statistics for our meeting today. So we are 121 out of 170 votes, either here in the room or online. That represents 76% of our total voting rights. We've had 2 proxies submitted and 3 ballots. So in total, we are 82.9% of our total voting rights. So we move on to our agenda as summarised here. And you will see for the second time, we have a consent agenda. And when we approve the agenda, we will be approving automatically the items on the consent agenda. So I'll give you advance notice of that now. We will just briefly cover some information items at the start, and then we will go into the statutory committee reports and then the business agenda. I will stop us for a tea or coffee break after about 2 hours. I can't tell you exactly where that will be on the agenda, but I'm aiming for that to appear after the nominations committee. If my timings are right, that's roughly where the break will take place. Excuse me. So we will now move on to the information items. These are for information. These motions have already been approved by you and have just presented for information purposes only. So this ballot was issued on the beginning of February and closed beginning of March, a month later. And it covered the statement of intent for the AI task force, which you will hear a little bit more later, the regulations for the ICA 2026, which you'll also hear a little bit later, and approval for the application of this associate member for the Association pour la promotion des sciences actuarielles. If my pronunciation is that right.
Very good.
So all of those were passed with 100% approval. So these are the consent items which will be taken as consent for adoption without discussion, unless you ask for something to be discussed. So there is the ratification of the appointment of the chair of the Data Analytics Forum, the ratification of the appointment of the Mortality Forum, and approval of financial policies where only minor modifications were made. We have got one new policy which we will be taking as a separate vote of council, but we saw that these were policies that were just had minor amendments mainly to recognise the creation of IAA Services Incorporated in Canada, was essentially the only change that was made to those items and those policies. So that brings us on to our first motion here today, and the motion is that we approve the agenda as I've just presented it, including the consent agenda, which will be taken as approved when we approve the agenda. So, may I ask for a mover and a seconder for this first motion?
IFOA, CCA, CAS.
So the IFOA and CAS, thank you very much. So now we've got a mover and a seconder. We can discuss the motion. So can I ask whether anybody here or online wishes to discuss any items relating to the agenda or the consent agenda? Gabor.
Yeah. So I understand that this is the time when one comment which I want to make on behalf of my association related to the financial assistance policy. So our view is that there should be one more principle to be applied when financial assistance is decided on. It's as low impact on sustainability as possible. So that would be the principle to be incorporated in that policy, so that in cases when there is a choice of travel, then perhaps that kind of travel is to be chosen, which makes a less bad impact on climate or sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabor. We will certainly take that away for consideration. I think that is a sensible suggestion. I'll take that back and we will consider it and come back to you and Council. Thank you.
For the next.
That will be for a future Council meeting, not for today.
Speaking as of Instituto Brasileiro de Atuária, regarding the same policy, I got confused because I didn't see clear transparency proposal on those assistance. So I don't know if there is something being discussed on this direction, but I've got the impression that we are not working towards transparency on that.
So we have transparency to the EC and the Audit and Finance Committee, who have to approve any application for financial assistance. We have been circumspect about wider transparency because there are some reasons why some of those financial assistance awards you might not wish to be to broadcast and to share the details widely. But I'm happy to take away for consideration, and we will discuss it at the EC tomorrow as to whether we can and should be more transparent about that policy. It was more to protect those who might feel embarrassed or otherwise compromised by having their details shown. But I'm certainly happy to have that conversation. So thank you for raising it. Are there any other questions or comments? Okay, not seeing any. I think we can proceed to a vote. So can I just ask for a simple show of hands if you're happy to accept the agenda and the including the consent agenda? I think we can take that as passed. Thank you very much. That takes us on to approval of the minutes of our meetings held in Lisbon last year and the virtual council meeting that was held earlier this year in February. And again, the motion is very simple, that Council approve the minutes of the Lisbon and February 2024 virtual council meeting as presented. So please may I have a mover and a seconder for that motion?
France. Portugal.
France and Portugal, thank you. So now we have a mover and a seconder. We can have any discussion or comments on those minutes if you wish. Okay, not seeing any hands raised, I will assume that that means you are happy that we don't need to discuss and we can move straight to the vote. So please could I ask you to, again, a simple show of hands, if you approve the motion as presented there. I know. Okay, thank you very much. That is accepted. So now we come on to the statutory committee reports, and the first job is mine, to report back from the executive committee. And I'm going to cover a number of areas here, and within that I'm going to invite one or two other speakers to take the floor to give some of these updates. So I start with the supranational organisations, the supras. A really important part of the work of the IAA is how we engage as a profession of actuaries with key supranational organisations around the world. And we have a number of strategic objectives that these all sit within. And the engagement with supras is a really important part of how we meet our strategic objectives, which are summarised there. So engagement, awareness and outreach was the strategy that we agreed on going back when our strategy was established in 2023, a 5-year plan. And I just want to quickly take us through these before we then go into the detail of some of the activities that we're doing, just to give you a sense of how we prioritise our activities in these 3 areas. So under engagement, it's very much looking at how we can engage with members, with volunteers, and how we ensure diversity in that engagement. So a key part of that is our participation as officers at events of the FMAs around the world. I mentioned this at the town hall, but our advice and assistance initiatives is a key part, and looking at how we are reinvigorating that is a key part of our strategy, together with the work of our forums. We have key activities that we will hear a little bit later on around diversity and workshops and leadership training. And we're beginning this year to get a little bit smarter in how we track volunteer engagement, so we can see where we're failing to engage in quite the way we perhaps might want to. So more of that will emerge later in the year. But if you're on any of our major committees, you will see that attendance at meetings is being tracked, and we're hoping to keep an eye on how our committees are working and engaging their members. So that's our engagement. Then there is the awareness, and making sure that the IAA is the face of the global profession. And this is all around building public respect and reassurance and confidence in our profession. That includes what it means to be a member of the IAA. So within that, being the face of the global profession, that's just one of the parts of behind the establishment of the AI task force, which again you'll hear about. I mentioned we had some lengthy discussion at SPC on education challenges, again, particularly in light of AI and the quite significant potential changes in the education of future actuaries, as well as us more long in the tooth actuaries that we're focusing on this year. We've had some really good work done by the pandemics and future actuary task forces, and you'll be hearing in particular a little bit about the work of the future actuary task force later. And another one of our task forces which has had huge success in presenting the face of the global profession is the CRTF with their work around climate change and sustainability. And they've all been really key focuses of our work at the moment and a key part of being the face of the global profession. And then outreach, how we reach out to others. And this comes back to the supranationals that I was mentioning just before. So ensuring that we've got robust relationship management in process in place for all of the supranational organizations that we want to engage with, that we have effective communications with them, and that we're proactive and that we're externally focused, which means that we understand what the needs and wants are of these organizations. So we are looking at building on the very strong links that we've got with supranationals, which I'll come and talk about in a minute. As well as part of all this, which actually really fits in with all of those strategic objectives, we're going to be implementing a major new IT upgrade this year, which is going to be a big task for our executive. And I'm hopeful we'll see not only an improvement in our member engagement tools, but also an improvement in our external website. So all of that is to come. Right, so that brings us on to the key supranational organizations that we work with. And perhaps first and foremost is the IAIS, the International Association of Insurance Supervisors, continues to be a very high priority for us as the IAA. And we continue to have very significant engagement with them, participating in their meetings, in their workshops, in their consultations, in webinars, and our representatives regularly attend their meetings and their seminars. So we continue to have very significant engagement with that particular organization. Additionally, the A2II initiative is another important insurance organization that we give very considerable time and energy to. We have participated in roundtables and regional focus courses. We have helped with their training, including updating modules and translating them into French. So we're heavily involved in working with this organization and not just promoting the work of actuaries, but being a real partner with them as they look to continue doing their valuable work. Then, for all of us, whether we like it or not, accounting standards are something that we all have to live and breathe for much of our working lives. And having a seat at the table with the key accounting standards bodies is a really important part of the work of the IAA. So again, we attend their forums, their meetings, we participate in discussions with them, and we have an MOU with the IFRS Foundation, which is up for renewal, and at that time, when it's due to be renewed in August of this year, we hope to include the ISSB in a renewed and updated MOU. Then there's the OECD, the Organisation for Economic Cooperation and Development. We heard in Lisbon last year a really impressive presentation on the work that they're doing around water challenges, either too much water, too little water, or polluted water. And off the back of that, we've established a water risk task force. We're working also closely with the insurance and pensions divisions of the OECD, IOPS being the pensions division, and we will be attending the joint working parties of those meetings in Paris in June. Doesn't say that, but it is definitely June. And then, as I've already mentioned, the significant work of the CRTF around climate. We have been very active in promoting the work that actuaries do. Ray Muslin and Simon Curtis attended COP28, and if you haven't seen their report, it's a very impressive collection of insights and understandings showing how actuaries can engage with a whole number of supranational organisations. And our challenge here is, and I might include the Sustainable Insurance Forum within this, is that there are many supranational organisations that engage in the work of climate change. And Micheline led an important conversation at SPC earlier about how we look at what will be the new way that we engage with a number of supranational organisations on climate change going forward. Is a discussion that we will look to continue and hopefully resolve this year. And of course, it's not just climate change; it's the full range of sustainability. Sustainability development goals that the UN has, where we believe that we want to have an important role. Other of our key partners, the ISA, International Social Security Association, we continue to collaborate and be represented at, and the Microinsurance Network and the ILO insurance facility. Again, we have important representation at their meetings. So that's a brief summary of the work that we're doing and continuing to do around supranationals. And at this point, I want to ask Peter if he might take the stand. AI is one of these areas where pretty much every single supranational we engage with is very interested in how we are developing our thinking and how we can work together with them. But we've got a very specific task force looking at a number of work streams, and I'll hand over to Peter and let him just give a brief word about. Hopefully, most of you will have seen lots of Peter's presentation, because his detailed slides, which he presented at SPC, were already will be available and was seen by many of you already, I hope. So,
Caroline,
Peter,
you can leave it there. I'll just ask them to move it on.
okay, leave it here. Leave it. It's over to you, Peter.
Thank you, Charles. And as you say, I have presented at a number of forums already this week, so most of you would probably have already heard. So the structure of the team is a steering committee with 5 work streams. Now comes the exam question and the opportunity to wake up. How many of you have been listening? What are the 5 work streams? Okay, now I'm really worried. Yeah, I just need somebody to shout them out. Innovation, professionalism, governance, changing role of actuary, education. Okay, so I'm very pleased that people have been listening, and that was the intention, to make this a little bit interactive. The structure of the team is set up with the steering committee in 5 work streams. We have over 100 volunteers that we are trying to manage, and we have them drawn from 27 FMAs. So I think one of the first points that I'd really like to make is that thank you very much to the FMA support for this initiative, because it has been extensive. And it has not only been a time commitment, but in many cases also a financial commitment, for which we thank the FMAs for their support. The purpose, and I've highlighted a few words on the screen, the purpose is to establish and promote the responsible use of AI within the profession. And that becomes our marketing or our competitive advantage, the element that we bring professionalism as well as technical and model building skills to a topic that perhaps other professions or other disciplines don't necessarily bring to the point. The objectives to advance the competency of the profession and promote the role of the actuary. I'm not going to read every slide because I think all of you are capable of reading. But essentially that is building our own competency and promoting our competency to other audiences. If you could move on to the next slide, please, Charles. So we opened our this initiative, and I think this was a very smart way to open it, was to actually hold a summit in Singapore where we had approximately half of the volunteers in the task groups. The structure we had, over the 2 days we met, we had initial plenaries where we had 2 very, very interesting presentations from Frank Chang and from Ron Richman, who are both very active in the space. We then went into the 5 work streams to pretty much brainstorm what they believe we need to come up with over the 1 year delay, 1 year space that we have for this work stream. So one of the exciting things is, as you can see from that photograph, is it is a very young group that gathered, and I think that's really exciting. And as Charles has mentioned a number of times, there were people there whose it was their first sort of attachment to the IAA, which I think was very, very positive. A lot of energy, a lot of enthusiasm that's come out of that, and I think that leads to the challenge to maintain that enthusiasm, to limit the duplication, not to limit overlaps, because there will be overlaps, but to limit the duplication of effort, but make sure that there is coordination of those overlaps. To make sure that we're not duplicating FMA activities, but that we are leveraging those and amplifying those in the wider space. To make sure that we continue to have FMA support, and importantly, in terms of the IAA approach, to not have a task team or a task force that gets an indefinite life. So we have set ourselves pretty hard deadlines, pretty challenging deadlines to complete a lot of our deliverables by the end of this year. Obviously, one of those deliverables will be proposals as what to do going forward with this task force. And then lastly, we want to be practical. We want to make sure that what comes out is useful and doesn't become what we've referred to as a document graveyard. Beware the document graveyard, where things are produced, filed away, and never touched again. We want stuff that is going to be able to be useful to members. If you could move on to the next slide, please, Charles. So I have tried to summarize what was, I think, somewhere around about 10 to 12 slides of the deliverables into one slide, highlighting the key outcomes that we're looking to do out of each of the different work streams. So the professional work stream, one of the key things we think is going to come out of that is a document, and again, this is a document, but it's hopefully going to be something that will be practical questions to ask when you're working with AI. From the education, to create a proposal around an education topics in AI, both for initial training of actuaries, but probably as important, if not more important, the continuing training of actuaries, particularly those who have not yet had the exposure or perhaps are not hands-on with AI in their lives. From the changing role of actuaries, they're looking to define guiding principles on design, usage, and maintenance of AI tools and models. And again, they're looking to develop case studies, as is the education task group and as the professionalism task too. We want to bring those three things together so that we have useful case studies. And I was talking with Henning earlier that one of the thoughts is one of those case studies, for example, might be a case study for an actuary who is a member of a board of directors where AI is being used within the company. What do you need to know in that role? What do you need to be able to do in that role? What are the professionalism considerations in that role? So we're trying to make sure that we're covering the broad depth of work that is available. Governance, I think we've put up there, probably the bigger element is a framework for validation, testing, and documentation. And then the innovation work stream is really the ones who, this is kind of our marketing arm. They're the ones who have got lots of enthusiasm to try and get the message of what we're doing out into the wider environment. And so that's the role of that. So in the brief 5 minutes I was given, I think I've covered most of the topics. I'm happy to take any questions or comments that anybody wishes to make.
Does anybody wish to ask Peter a question? You've had lots of opportunity already, and you will continue to have lots of opportunity. But on your behalf, can I thank Peter for the work that he and his large number of teams, actually, are doing on your behalf to face up to both the significant challenges, but also significant opportunities that AI presents. So thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
They should report back to their association.
So just before we move off this slide, just a thought that you may all wish to take back perhaps some of the message of that slide to your own associations back home about the work that we're doing to engage those associations on the work of the IAA and potentially as well, if your own association is doing important work in this area and you're not already linked into one of our work streams, please do share what you're doing. This is one of those areas where sharing as a global profession is of huge value to all of us. So thank you. That takes us on to a next key area of activity that the EC wants to report back to you. I'm going to invite Lisa Wade to come and talk to you about the work of the Diversity and Inclusion Task Force. Lisa.
Thank you very much, Charles, and good afternoon to everyone. I'm the present chair of the D&I Task Force, but it would be remiss of me not to announce the other members. I don't have as large a team to work with as Peter does, but what we lack in size, we make up for in enthusiasm. The other members of the team are Al Beer, Roseanne Harris, Bozana Hinton, Jill Hoffman, Antonia Manning, and I would say our ex officio member would be Carla Zuniga from the Secretariat, because Carla has given us invaluable assistance in terms of the work that we have managed to get done. I got it right the first time. So the DNI task force, what we have sought to do is we really have tried to take a lot of our mandate in terms of what our member associations want us to do in terms of work. So what we have done is we've carried out a survey. The survey closed in January 2024 to determine what member associations are looking for from us for DNI, and also to ascertain what type of work they're doing in the DNI arena. So this is actually our second survey. We carried out our first survey in August 2021, and it was also especially important for us to understand how thinking has evolved since then as well. So what were some of the questions that we asked within our survey? Firstly, we wanted to ascertain which aspects of DNI were most significant to member associations, look at the change in focus over the last 3 years. We wanted to determine how the IAA could assist member associations with respect to their DNI initiatives. We also wanted to look at what aspects of DNI member associations are currently focused on, and what they would like IAA entities to work on. And very significantly, we also wanted to ascertain what level of engagement they had with younger members. So within the survey, we received responses from 22 member associations in 17 countries. So we think we got a good response to work with. We would note that, as with every survey, you tend to get responses from those associations that are more heavily involved in the particular area. But nonetheless, it did help us refine and also confirm some of the focus that we have had as an association. So the main 3 areas of DNI, as you can see, that persons are really looking towards are age, gender, as well as culture or ethnicity. So those are the main 3 aspects of DNI that our member associations are looking at. And also, very importantly, more than 1/3 of them have had changes in their DNI focus over the last 3 years. Also, more than 90% indicated that they thought that working with younger members is an area that the IAA could add value to them in terms of their DNI journey. And the IAA has been looking at this particular area. As you would remember, for ICA 2023, we had the Young Actuaries World Cup, which was a real big success and win for us. And as well as this, we also have the Future Actuaries Task Force, which is going to look at the engagement of young persons and trying to get them involved within the actuarial profession. So in looking at some of the initiatives that our members have been taking over the last 3 years in their DNI journey, it's been very interesting to see how they have started to promote DNI in terms of their leadership. It's a case whereby they're considering adding a DNI member to their councils or executive making body, the support of DNI candidates, preparing that strategy, which I think signals to both internal and external stakeholders how important DNI is with respect to the associations. Some are considering embedding DNI in their code of conduct, and generally just looking at or addressing DNI issues within their conferences. So what did the survey results show? We also did a straw poll in terms of our DNI workshop, and the results were very similar. Basically, the IAA should look at age / generation, gender, as well as culture and ethnicity. Those are the top 3 areas where, member associations thought that the IAA could add value, which is really and truly, when you look at it, given the global nature of our profession, the diverse meeting place that we are, culture and ethnicity seems a logical kind of thing for the IAA to look at in terms of its own operations, as well as assisting member associations. And age and gender are, as you will see from the next slide, 2 of the biggest focuses for member associations. So in dark blue, that is where the most important or the highest priority is for member associations. And you can see that that is gender, followed by generation. You would see in orange, even though it may not be the biggest focus, the important areas are also areas like socioeconomic status, education, as well as disability and mental health. So there are a range of different demographic aspects of diversity that member associations are looking at, but they do believe that in terms of the IAA and what we can bring to the table, we should be focusing on age, generation, and culture. So what are the ways in which we can provide content or provide resource materials for members to access? A repository of information. We do have some information on the DNI subsite, which is currently on the IAA website. You can see for some of our larger FMAs, you can get links to their DNI strategies as well as other information that they would have provided to us. We're not sure exactly what we would do around the created DNI community, but they indicated that it would be nice if they had some kind of meeting place in which they could discuss ideas regarding DNI, their strategies and what worked and what did not work. The hosting of webinars and panel discussions is also something which has been very popular. But I think generally everybody wants us to do everything. So what are the kind of activities we've done in 2024 to date? We recognized International Women's Day. We had a video montage that was put out on LinkedIn as well as on YouTube. We also had a very good and very informative webinar on diversity in a broader perspective, which looked very much at the business case for diversity and inclusion with some real world examples. We recognized the World Day for Cultural Diversity and Dialogue and Development, Diversity Day, and we had a workshop that was held this week as well. I think in terms of the workshop, some of the key information that we got from the volunteers, because our survey targets the member associations, but in the workshop we were able to get information from the volunteers. We got some feedback in terms of there was pretty broad support for us to also start looking at the concept of diversity of thought. To date, we've been pretty heavily focused in terms of the demographic aspects of diversity. As you would know, the nominations committee would measure diversity in terms of gender and language, native or non-native English speaking. So those types of things we have an idea of in terms of our volunteer pool as well as our leadership. So there's the idea that we can start doing work around the concept of diversity of thought. We focused on the concept of allyship because we thought it was really important for us each individually to understand the impact and influence we can have in terms of broadening the pool and the diversity of the pool of persons who participate in volunteer activities, or even furthering the richness of the experience of the volunteer activities and making persons from diverse cultures feel involved in the diverse types of activities if we can focus on allyship and encouraging each other and challenging each other to come out of our comfort zones and support each other as we participate at the IAA. We also discussed some ideas with respect to diversity and inclusion training for IAA leaders, and that is a program that we are going to develop further. In terms of what we've got planned for the latter half of the year, we're going to work on some webinars for actuarial elements of diversity, specifically focused in terms of insurance. And we plan to recognize International Youth Day, as well as International Day of Persons with Disabilities. So that's our work plan for the rest of the year, and I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Lisa. Really, really important work, and such an important and challenging issue that all of us face, not just only within the work of the IAA, but also back home within the employers and other arenas in which we operate. So great to see some really excellent work being done here. Does anybody want to ask a question? Gabor.
Yes. Thank you, Lisa. This seems to be very understandable from the point of view I'm going to speak, because you are talking about diversity and inclusion. Sometimes I feel disadvantaged in terms of language. English is a second language to me, and when I hear English speakers talk about D&I don't know what they are talking about. Is it diversity and inclusion, or is it diversity, equity, and inclusion?
Okay.
And
Yeah.
yesterday we had a professional committee meeting. So can you make some clarity about what we are talking about?
We're not talking.
Thank you.
We're not talking about the E in DEI. We're very much talking about having persons of different backgrounds and who have differences in terms of age, gender, sexual orientation, disabilities on the neurodiversity spectrum. Those are what we would call the demographic aspects of diversity. We're talking about that. We're also talking about diversity of thought, people having different perspectives. We all come to the IAA from a different place. We come from a different country. We have different cultural customs. We speak and interact with each other in very different ways. We may have things that are acceptable in one culture and easily understood, not being translatable to another. So what we're seeking to do is to recognize that we're coming from different places, and we're trying to create an environment in which we all feel that we can represent our viewpoints, and they be respected, and they be taken into consideration as we go through this decision-making process. So we're not trying to work on those E's that you would hear about in DEI, such as equity and equality. We've recognized that given the vast differences within our cultures, that means different things to different people. So it's really hard to do that. So we're acknowledging the diversity that exists within the IAA as a global melting pot, and we're seeking to build an inclusive environment in which we can all contribute in a meaningful way and feel as if our contributions have been valued.
Thank you very much, Lisa. That was a very helpful clarification. Mike.
More of a comment rather than a question. Diversity kind of like begins at home. By this I mean that we want to have everybody inclusive and representative, etc. Practically speaking, if we want more diversity and inclusion in the IEA, the nominating committee that selects members for chairs and other roles is limited by the pool of candidates being put forth by the FMA. So this would be a good time to remind the FMAs that they have a part to play in promoting diversity and inclusion at the IA level.
Yeah, that's definitely true, Mike. And I mean, to be honest, in some ways you can say the member associations are limited because within their pool there's a lack of diversity. So the actuarial pipeline in terms of diversity goes all the way back to high school math. So it is something which is going to take more than one generation to move through. But what was done in the call for nominations last time, our committee, our task force was actually asked to provide special wording to encourage member associations to provide a diverse pool or a more diverse pool for the nominations committee.
Yes.
On this same topic, perhaps it's time for us to reflect a little bit more and search for more commitment from our FMAs to be engaged on their bylaws, to have more diversity on their board members. Because if you have diversity on the board members, it will be more natural to come forward with indications of candidates more diverse.
Thank you, Rachel. I couldn't agree more. Cartina.
Thank you. This is a really important topic, and thank you to your team for bringing this forward. As part of your plan, did you consider mentorship programs, especially around reverse mentoring, especially around kind of the gender gap that we might have? Did you think about that? And
we haven't thought about that, but that's part of the reason why we had the session we had on allyship on Tuesday, because we thought it really important that, and if you saw our panel, you would understand how we tried to have persons who may be perceived as the ones who are in the majority and persons in power be the ones speak about their impact as allies and try hopefully to encourage those that look like them to also be allies. But no, we haven't considered the mentorship concept. I mean, we also recognize that the member associations are also doing a lot of work at that level and are also doing a lot of work in D&I. So we're not trying to replicate what they're doing. We do have limited resources. I'm not like Peter with the that bandwidth. So, but what we are trying to do is really focus and put our effort and energy in the areas where the member associations have indicated that we should go. And I've given the high level 1,000 feet kind of summary of what's happened, but many of them have actually given us specific ideas that that we're now looking at to see if we can take forward as well.
Great, thank you, Lisa. We need to draw an end to that really important and interesting subject, but thank you very much for your work and the work of your task force. I've already mentioned the really important work of the Climate Risk Task Force, and in fact, the Climate Risk Task Force is about to submit its final paper for approval, paper 7. Paper 8 has actually already been approved, but paper 7 will be approved by EC in the next week, at which point the CRTF, having done all that it was asked to do, will stand down as a task force. Will be the EC will formally agree on the dissolution of the CRTF, which raises really important issues, again, as I mentioned earlier, which were debated at SPC, about what should follow from the work of the CRTF and how we should structure ourselves and how we should ensure that going forward we can continue to engage appropriately. And as I said, Micheline has been leading some thinking in this area and took it to the SPC and is now going to say, bring us all up to date on where that's got to. So Micheline, over to you.
Thank you very much, Charles. In terms of looking at the future, and I guess back in 2022, we had a climate risk action plan that was put together. And in this, we agreed on a number of initiatives, ISAP 8, which would be a paper on disclosure of sustainability risk, climate risk, and an IAN that would go with it. But we also were planning for a survey to figure out where we go now that CRTF is coming to an end. And that survey, what we agreed is that we will be serving the FMAs, we'll be serving the relationship manager and the section leaders. We've done all of this, and I'll report on that. Okay, so in terms of the FMA responding, there were 37 FMAs that respond. You have the list there. If you're not there, and especially if you're in the African continent, because you look at, we don't have much data point in Africa. So if you, I wouldn't mind if you would send us your comments on these. It may not change the result, but it will give us insights into what's happening. So similar with, I guess there's pretty a lot of whites in Asia too. So, so if you see your country in white, why not think about, even past the deadline, submit something. So what were the key findings of that survey of FMAs? We were asking, first question, do you agree that we would continue on putting some emphasis on climate, or should it be sustainability, or both? The answer was for both. But there was a bit more that says, well, we should don't forget climate is still not fully developed, so maybe a bit more accent on the climate. But let's start with the sustainability. Okay. Now that we have that, there was some questions. I think I'm going to skip this. Sorry. So the result of the survey, there were some. As we asked questions to the FMAs, it's amazing that we asked for two answers, and some managed in the first answer to put 20 topics. So I think this is showing the interest in the matter. So there was some risk, and there was also some application. So some people want to know more about what's the fundamental of the risk, and others want to know more about, how do we work out the risk, the calculation, how we can illustrate how the risk is going and make calculation and do our actuarial work. And typically the application came mostly from like smaller countries, which were more worried about what to do with the work. And so I guess in the end, what we looking for is focus on the two. So far, we've been focusing mostly on the risk, but we should now do a bit more on the application side so that everybody could get what they're looking for. So that's basically what the survey said. Now what's going on? What's the next step? It's basically, we had said that the map would go 2024 to 2026. Maybe it should be a bit longer. So we have to talk about this. But probably the most sensitive thing is how do we organize the committees to be able to be effective, to be able to deliver. And because we had an entity, CRTF, which was basically the central entity, because at that point we had one type of topic. Now we have multiple topics, and we need coordination and we need planification. So that's the challenge that we'll have for the future. Next slide. Yes. I think you want to do that, but I would be pleased to do it. Well, I don't. My name is there. This is a bit embarrassing.
I'll do it. So at this point, I do want to thank Micheline, all of the members of the task forces, the task force that you can see here, but a particular thank you I want to say to Gabor, who's done a huge amount of work in this area. It took on the challenge from Micheline, and together with the team here has done really, really important work for the IAA, and we owe them a huge debt of gratitude. So a big thank you to Gabor and all the current and past members of the Climate Risk Task Force.
Thank you, Charles. Thank you, everybody. I felt the commitment in the organization for this topic, and I think we need to recognize all the authors of the papers as well. There are about 40 authors altogether for the 7 or 6 or 7 papers. So I think we need to recognize them as well, because they did a tremendous job, and also the members. So thank you very much, everybody, for the support. And I think this needs to be ended now, or soon, very soon. Thanks again.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Gabor. Just as we've done important work looking to the future of the planet as climate change hit us, so another really important task force which Jill Hoffman has led is the Future Actuary Task Force. And I'm now going to hand over to her to tell us about the latest work of the Future Actuary Task Force. Thank you, Jill.
Great. Thank you so much for having me here as well. So, the bottom button. Okay. So just to give everyone a bit of a picture of where we are right now, when we started out this task force probably close to 2 years ago, we came up with looking at the future actuary. We broke it down into 5 puzzle pieces, into a cycle, really, because we're actuaries, so we like a control cycle. So we started off identifying the risk and opportunities. So that report was published last April, and I encourage you all to read it when you find it on the website. Let me know the link. Then we have, okay, so we identified the risks and opportunities. Then next you need to say, well, what is the skill gap and how do we fill that skill gap? So that's been kicked over to the Education Committee, which they're going to incorporate that work in with looking at what are the demands coming from the AI task force as well as from climate risk. So really bringing together all of those hard skills that actuaries are going to need, but also looking at the soft skills as well, so such as strategic planning, strategic thinking, leadership, emotional intelligence. Then, so if you've got your skills set in place, then the next piece of the puzzle is supply and demand. So this is what I want to talk about today, is the work that we've done on supply and demand. So the volunteer level is sort of, it's higher than diversity and inclusion, but it's lower than AI, so it's kind of a nice sweet spot in the middle. So when we set out, we broke down the SOI and came up with a number of objectives and activities. So the first really question we're asking ourselves is, what are we, when looking at supply and demand, well, what are we saying an actuary is? So how can people find out who it is that we are, what is it that we do? So that piece of work, we've scanned your websites, and we'll come and I'll talk to you about the results of what we saw. And then we said, okay, well, what do we want to be saying about ourselves? And so this is just an initial proposal. We're not going to have time to discuss this today in this forum, but certainly come up to me afterwards and let me know your thoughts on that. And this is just the beginning of the socialization of it. So what are we saying about ourselves? So we scanned 28 websites of the FMAs. We did not reach out to you. We wanted to go in just as the general public would and see what it is that is being said. So we didn't do any logins or anything like that. We did have multilinguists on the team, so it wasn't just looking at the English language websites. We were able to look at non-English websites as well. And we looked at things like, well, who is the website talking to? Who's the target audience? What are they saying about actuaries? What skills do we mention? Where do actuaries work in the definition? So these are all just our observations. We're not saying that everything is 100% accurate, but this is what we've seen. So who did we see for the FMAs? Who are they targeting? So about 91% of them are targeting current members. That makes a lot of sense. About 60% is targeting potential students. Only 27% employers, and then less than 20% sort of what we would say is looking towards the general public. So is this what we want to be saying? If Michelin is talking to climate people and say, well, go read this website, would this really be useful for them as well? Now, some FMAs, such as US, Spain, Germany, and Australia, have set up multiple websites for different stakeholders. So for example, the Australians have their Do Data Better, which is a very easy name to remember, so I applaud them for that, to sort of specifically target for different audiences. So doing just a little bit of a word cloud, not surprising the words that we use to describe ourselves. The messaging is like insurance, risk, math, financial, nothing there that should surprise anybody, professionalism. When we look at sort of the key messages, it's talking about risk assessment and management, mathematical skills, the fact that we're a profession. And sort of, we don't mention as much things like public interest. And we think public interest would be interesting for bringing in new students. So you all remember when you were young and idealistic and you want to change the world, actuarial science could help you do that. Plus, working in domains such as climate is something that is interesting there's a lot of interest in that amongst the younger people. So the key messages that we saw is that we say we're professional experts, risk assessment and management, and expertise in math and financial theory. So this is just some quotes from the websites, but basically we sort of say the same thing in different ways. Where we say we work, no surprise, insurance, pension, consulting. Happy to see the little audit shout out there for those of us who work in audit. But, if I was coming in here as climate risk, I would say, well, there's no space for me. So the question is, does our messaging reflect who we currently are and who we aspire to be as well? Do we need to use different language for different audiences and different stakeholders? And should we be doing more to publicize sort of these non-traditional or wider field roles where needed? And this is where local context is important as well. So for some FMAs, banking is not a wired field. This is now a traditional field, and in other FMAs, banking would be considered non-traditional. So we asked ourselves, what kind of what kind of messaging should we have by audience? And we defined our audience into 4 different people, so 4 different groups. So on the supply side, you have the students, obviously, and then we have the gatekeepers. The gatekeepers are the adult ecosystem around the students. So even I was talking with some of the recent graduates at my work, just to ask them how they heard about actuarial science. And it was no different than when I was a young person, only like 3 years ago, Gabor, I'm not that old yet, but feels like 3 years ago. And, it was, my friend's brother was doing it, or, I have an uncle who works in insurance. So, this word of mouth is still extremely powerful. There was this one story told about the Netherlands, how there's a high concentration of Dutch actuaries are from this one small town in the Netherlands, and it's because the high school teacher there, anytime someone shows an aptitude for math, this teacher sends them off in the direction of become an actuary. So it's really, apparently it's who you know to become an actuary. So this is for the gatekeepers, so that's adult ecosystem, whether it's parents, teachers, those type of people. Then when we look at the demand side, the traditional employers, obviously they've heard of us, they're traditionally employing us, but what about, could we be doing more? In some employers, we're very limited to be your valuation and pricing roles, but there's so much more that we could possibly be doing, as well as the non-traditional employers. So we thought about, so what I did was I took the group of people we had and split them up into 4 smaller groups and say, come up with words to describe what it is you think would resonate with these stakeholders to describe an actuary. So they came back with a number of words. Now, some of them are words we've seen before, because it still makes sense, because we still are who we are, like the risk management, professional. But words like problem solver, multi-skilled, flexible, those are words that we don't often, I haven't heard us use those words to describe ourselves much, but I think that they apply. So we kind of have honed in on 3 words so far, and this is where, certainly come and talk with me at the break and let me know what words are resonating with you as well. I already heard this morning from the advanced committee about a global passport, but thinking about like problem solver. So really taking that bigger, broader lens than just saying risk management and saying we're a problem solver. We're very good at synthesizing information that comes into us from all different directions to solve a problem. The public interest, as I mentioned earlier, this is something that we think would appeal to the students, but also to the non-traditional employers, saying this is what, how we can help you. And then there's security, which is I'm going to spend a little bit of time on this one. So when we talk about security, in today's changing world, people have always wanted to have some job security. And when I was looking at careers and had heard of actuary, in the US, I'm from Canada, but in the US, they used to publish like the top 100 jobs, and actuary was always sort of number 1. It's good work-life balance, you get paid well, all that sort of good stuff. So now as a parent, right, I want my children to end up in a career that not only they love, but does have some sort of element of security. So this, I think, would definitely appeal on the demand side. So, and also a good work-life balance. So when I go visit, when I've spoken with university students, they come in and ask about work-life balance too. And then my answer is, well, it's work-study balance when you're younger, but eventually you get to work-life balance. So we said too, like, our direction that we're taking right now is, you know, really what do each of the different stakeholders need to know about the actuarial profession. So a student would ask, like, well, why would I want to be an actuary? And, you know, the gatekeepers would be like, well, why should I encourage this as a profession? Traditional employers, where can I use actuaries more? And then for the non-traditional, okay, why do I need actuaries in the first place? And we think we can come up with sort of with some key terms that we can use over and over again and sort of really sort of start that self-fulfilling prophecy about ourselves as well, which we do have, but let's expand the vocabulary. So, you know, talking about like the public interest, talking about, you know, being a problem solver. So then that like widens the fields from, we still are risk management and financial, but problem solver is a wider term. We can talk about, you know, the financial aspects that we can bring. When speaking with, you know, the demand side, you know, like we certainly have to tell the students, you know, you need to like math, right? This is a key cornerstone. But this is something too that we can tell the non-traditional employers as well, as like math is a key skill set that we bring. So this is where we have landed so far. So as our first cut of terms, it's certainly not finalized. I'd like you all to sort of think about it and see what sort of resonates with you. And then at the end of the day, what we want to do is build, well, obviously we'll get approval from you, but basically to build a bit of a toolkit and say, hey, when you're in these situations, here's the type of language that you could consider using. And then, you know, for if some FMAs want it, perhaps some of the smaller ones, like here's how you could build some marketing materials around it for these different audiences while using these words that would resonate mostly in your market as well, because not every term is going to resonate in every single context. But if we've got a long enough list, like, then people will be able to pick and choose. So that's where we are for right now. I'd like to give a special shout out to Michael and Merritt because they put together the lovely slides. I put together the ugly slides, so the nice ones are theirs. Mine's like the first one where it's an ugly table. So with that, I can take a quick question or two, but please do come and talk to me at the break about any comments, or you can email me as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jill. That's really helpful. Before I let you go, just double checking that nobody's got any questions. I see a question here from Abe.
Oh, I tried to run away, Abe.
Can't get away that easily.
Very, very quickly. You intend to circulate this before the next presentation or before having a clearer message?
Yeah, so I'll take it back to the task force, so certainly come and chat with me. I think this is included as the council package, is it not?
No, I don't mean like in the council, but to ask for feedback from FMAs.
Yeah, so we'll decide on how we can do that in the most efficient manner. Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks. Any other questions?
All right, I'll
Jill,
see you
you
at the
can
break.
escape.
Okay, thanks.
That's great. Well, that concludes the report from myself and from the EC of the key areas of activity that we are doing and are continuing to doing on your behalf. I'm very happy to take, now I've come to the end of that, questions on any of the issues that we've just covered, or move on to our next report, which will be from the Strategic Planning Committee. But I'll just pause in case that anybody wants to raise anything around the work of the EC. I'm not seeing any, in which case I'm going to hand back to Micheline to talk to us about the work of the Strategic Planning Committee. Micheline.
Yes, thank you very much. I'll do that on a fairly high level. So what we're discussing, with no surprise to you, is the AI work and the climate risk action plan. And as well, Canadian incorporation update. I would say, though, that as this is fixed, the discussion on this is getting shorter and shorter. We also received at our committee, the Advice and Assistance Committee for the Regional Development, who explained to us the process, and the discussion brought the need to review the terms of reference to help the management of the committee better address the issue, but also a better timing and planification of the work done by Advice and Assistance. We also got a report from the Pandemic Task Force. So we do reports we get the report from the task forces from time to time, typically like spread over the year. And we had a very interesting discussion on education a couple of days ago. I'm not going to go into this. I guess education will be presenting something, or it's still too, anyway. So there's question as to what we do with our syllabus and how we're going to use it in the future. So, and I guess it's not the place here to get much more on that topic, but the education also need that we move forward on the syllabus and how we're using that. We also do twice a year an horizon scanning, looking at some issues like in more depth and figuring out whether we want to explore these somewhat more. And from the two topics that we covered at the SPC this week, there was significant interest, I would say almost unanimous interest, to get deeper into the health issue. Health issue regarding like the long-term effect of health, the idea that health should probably be like pension, something that you forecast the expense, you forecast the resource that you need. You may need more geriatric than gynecologists in the future. You may think about like medication and what's the optimal care that should be given for a better life. So all of this, it would be very beneficial that we look at it from the future as opposed to right now. People tend to look at health like an expense for the year, and that's not the best way of looking at health. And so there's an interest in getting deeper on that topic. Next. Again, what are we going to look at in the next 6 months? Of course, the big topic of AI, Climate Risk Action Plan, and Canadian incorporation will still be needed update. In terms of other things that are on the regular agenda over the year for the SPC, we have the risk register. How is it looking? And it's done by the Audit and Finance Committee that presents this and tell us what their findings are. We have an update being provided by Lisa on the relationship update. Especially here, the question is, so we have ranked the supranational relationship into Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. And there's some question with especially the bigger emphasis on climate. There's a number of climate supranationals that could be rated higher. We're also going to look at our financial planning. It's useful to look at where we stand compared to what we said a couple of years ago. We'll have another horizon scanning like we just did this week. And we'll have there's enough space in the agenda so that we can put topics as they become more important. And at the end, we'll review the year and we'll start planning for the future year. So that's basically our plan of action. Any question?
Thank you very much, Micheline. So, are there any questions for Micheline and the work of the SPC? I'm seeing none, which is great. We can keep to time, which means that our next agenda item, thank you very much, Micheline, is the report of the Nominations Committee, and I might invite Roseanne to present the work of this important committee. Thank you, Roseanne.
Thanks very much, Mr. President. This one here. Yes. Okay, thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. So yes, in my role now as penultimate past president, I chair the Nominations Committee, and certainly it has been a very interesting task so far. So I thought maybe the good place to start is by letting you know who we are in terms of the Nominations Committee. So you can see there from the membership that it consists of myself and the officers. And then a number of individuals who come from regions across the world. And although we've included the regions here, it's important to stress that those people who are participating in the Nominations Committee are doing so in their individual capacity, and that one of the key requirements around the Nominations Committee, which is particularly important, is the confidentiality of the work that is done by the Nominations Committee. And I say that because I really do want to use this opportunity to encourage more of you as member associations to be making nominations for us to consider. As Lisa has said, it's the pool that we have that enables us to promote diversity within the IAA. So in terms of the work that we have been busy with and are continuing to be very busy with, is first of all the work that we do around nominating or selecting from the candidates who are eligible to join the various statutory committees. You can see, of course, there's a very important appointment there in terms of the president-elect position, and hold that thought, and also the members of the statutory committees. And just to be clear, those statutory committees, there are 4 of them. That's the Executive Committee, the Nominations Committee, the Audit and Finance Committee, and the Actuarial Standards Committee. So what happens with those committees is that we receive nominations not just in terms of leadership, but also in terms of the members of those committees, because people, of course, are participating there in their individual capacities. So really important that that you're aware of that and the opportunity to be become quite involved in the operational activities and important decision making around the IAA. The other area of work is in terms of the leadership of the committees and forums. And of course, here the recommendations that we're making are to the Executive Committee, who have the responsibility in terms of our governance of making those ultimate leadership positions. I should have stressed, sorry, on my previous slide, that the role of the Nominations Committee is to select the candidates that are then recommended to Council for ratification. So in terms of the leadership positions, then these recommendations are made to the Executive Committee. And in this case, I want to stress that the role of the Nominations Committee is in terms of selecting the leadership. So the leaders of the various committees and forums. But what about the members? Well, the members of those committees and forums are nominated, of course, by you. They are the people who are representing your associations on those various committees, and really important that that you have people who are participating there so that you are aware of what's happening in the IAA, and also that that becomes the pool of potential future leaders. And another area where there is a pool of potential leaders is, of course, from the people who are participating in the IAA through the sections, and we also make recommendations to the nominations. The nominations committee makes recommendations to the executive committee with regard to delegates to the various sections. So it's important to stress that the first consideration when we are reviewing the appointment of candidates to the leadership positions is, of course, that they have the necessary skills and experience to add value in those positions. That's what we need to be a functioning and effective organization. But it's also important that as a global organization that we are also mindful of our diversity in terms of those dimensions that we can measure. And these are just a few of the dimensions. So I really want to stress in terms of giving you this information that it is not solely on this basis that the selection's made. And that's why it's really important that when nominations are submitted, that they're accompanied by, for example, CV information, so we could get a good view of where people have been participating and what their particular areas of expertise are. So you can see here that what the pool of nominations that we have to work with this year is 65 individuals who have been nominated, some of them for more than one position. I think it's about 80 nominations in total. And those have come from 18 FMAs. So that's quite a small subset of the FMAs, which is why I wanted to place particular emphasis on the opportunity to actually participate in this process. What we're considering on our work plan, we have 11 positions in statutory committees. We have 19 positions in committees and forums, which are our leadership positions, and also 6 section delegate positions that we are filling from those candidates. Now, when we look at where those candidates have come from, you can see that if you look at the top there, the regions are divided into USC, which is the United States and Canada, Europe, and then ALOA. So ALOA, for those you are not familiar, is Africa, Latin America, Oceania, and Asia. I see Mathieu smiling at me, putting Africa top of the list because, of course, that's where I come from. And then we have the tiers. So the tiers, tier 1, 2, and 3. And I must say, I'm particularly pleased about the split there. If we look over the years, I think getting more participation from ALOA and more participation from across the tiers is certainly something that we can be quite pleased about. When we look at the bottom 2 diagrams, though, perhaps this is where we have our challenge. You can see that in terms of our gender split between males and females, only 29% of those 65 candidates were female. And similarly with our language, we had only 37% of the candidates are non-native English speakers. And so, really what we're wanting to, in order for us to achieve the kind of diversity that we want to see in our organization and in our leaders, then of course it's really important that we're getting that opportunity to consider perhaps a broader group. So I really want to encourage you to think about that in terms of when the solicitation comes out for calling for nominations. So another topic that we have on our work plan for this year is equipping our leaders with the tools that they need to be effective, and also perhaps to be clear in what their obligations are and what we expect from them. I think in some cases, people may feel that they are sort of thrown in the deep end, and so this is intended to provide them with the necessary help and support. So we're looking at sort of enhancing this onboarding process for leaders. And this really is the initial thinking on what we're going to include here. We've been quite focused on our nominating tasks so far, so this is the work that we're going to be doing over the next few months. And you'll see here a very important component of this is the diversity and inclusion component. And Lisa joined us for our meeting 2 days ago just to discuss how we can do that, because it's really important that that we're equipping our leaders with the tools to ensure that that the conversations that they are having in the various entities that they are leading are encouraging people to participate. I'm really pleased that over the course of this week, this word consensus has come up a number of times, and of course we need to be making sure that that our leaders are well equipped in terms of being able to achieve that consensus. So that is something that is, I would say, on the cards, and we're looking at a number of mechanisms by how we can reach the new leaders and provide them with the necessary support. So I'm not going to necessarily dive into all that detail now, but I really just wanted to give you a heads up, more of that to come. Okay, so now the important part of my presentation, which is that the Nominations Committee has really had the privilege of considering a number of excellent candidates for the President-elect position for 2025. Certainly the caliber of the candidates that we've received gives us a huge amount of confidence in the future of the IAA. But also made the process of selecting a candidate quite challenging. So I'd really like to thank my colleagues on the Nominations Committee for all the extra time and energy that they've put in over the last few months in terms of making this this challenging decision. But we have managed to complete this difficult task. And come up with the candidates that we are recommending to Council. And that, of course, is a recommendation that you will have time to consider, and the vote on this will only take place later this year in September. So, who is the candidate? So I was interested to discover that this candidate is a native Italian speaker, but now considered to be an English speaker. Also a past president of 2 Tier 1 FMAs, has had an actuarial career with an international focus, working in both life and non-life insurance, and over 20 years of involvement in IAA activities across various committees, and also active participation in the sections. So it gives me great pleasure to announce to Council that the Nominations Committee is recommending. Now, this is when it needs to change. It won't change. So I will say it, is recommending Mike Lombardi as President-elect for 2025. So congratulations, Mike, from us. And as I said, this is for consideration. And of course, the vote will take place in September. So lots of work still for us to do at the Nominations Committee. But thanks again to all my fellow members of the committee. And Mr. President, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Hey, you're not allowed to go yet. Yeah. You're not allowed to disappear just yet, Roseanne.
I see, Gabor's got a question
because
he's already told me to stay.
Council has the opportunity to ask questions of you. Gabor.
Yes. Thank you for the report. And I would have one question which relates back to Lisa's presentation on diversity and inclusion. And she mentioned in one of the slides that age is an important aspect. We are not recognizing or capturing the age of are volunteers. And if I look at the picture on the previous slide, I would say that person is like 30 years old. If I look at the Mike, well, a bit older, or Katina maybe in her 20s. I mean, that's arbitrary how if you don't have. But asking ladies' age is not very nice on the other hand. So I don't know how to address this, because age is, I mean, it's really important that we have mature women and men and not so. But how are we going to solve this? Has the nominations thought about it? That would be great to hear.
Yeah, thanks, Gabor. It's a very important point, and it enables me to also stress the fact that that when I look at those dimensions that we can measure, in a sort of quantitative way, because it's information that we are collecting and monitoring at the time when we're making the nominations. But this also stresses why it's important that we are provided with with a CV information, for example, when those nominations are made, and also important that that you as FMAs are encouraging people to participate in the activities of the IAA, because then these are people that we know, and we have an indication of where they are in their careers, if they are early career or mid-career or later career, or even retired actuaries. As you stress, it's not one or the other. It's the combination that is important. It's also that people have different approaches. So there's the sort of diversity of thought that we try and encourage in our structures, and also even things like areas of practice, so areas of focus. So all of that information that is provided to us is very helpful, and of course one of the other considerations that goes into to the people who serve on the nominations committee is the range of exposure that we have accessible to us in terms of that membership. So usually if we are dealing with people who are actively participating within the IAA, then there is a member of the nominations committee who will be able to be familiar with that individual. So it's not always the case, but that's why I would stress that that it is important that background information is provided, because it very much is a consideration. So there's this kind of quantitative aspect to it, but there's also the qualitative aspect in terms of those dimensions that perhaps are not so easily measurable and graphed. Does that help?
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Roseanne? Andrea.
We've talked about quite a few elements of diversity today, and we just touched on the bursaries earlier, but I wonder if you've done any analysis around financial implications of participating in IAA and how that impacts the candidates you get. So there are a lot of the larger FMAs will pay for people to come. There are some very tiny ones where they get bursaries, and then there's a group in the middle where people are largely self-funding their travel, which may impact on the ability of people from those organisations to volunteer to take up long-term positions. So just wonder whether you collect any information or take that into account.
So, Andrea, it's a very important consideration, and I would say that that perhaps this is one of the the positive side effects, as it were, of the pandemic. That we are certainly seeing a much broader spectrum of participation from smaller associations, and I mean that's why that split across the tiers I think is something that I'm really pleased to see, because remember, this is not this is of people who've been nominated, and also that we've got a lot of associations coming from, nominations coming from associations in Aloha, where, although, that we're counting them here in terms of number of nominations, remember, in terms of number of associations, we have quite a number in across those regions, because it also includes a lot of the tier 3s. So they certainly are making proposals in terms of the numbers and the opportunity to be able to still actively participate in the activities of the IAA, through the remote participation, I think is really encouraging. But as I'm sure many of us have experienced by being in the room, there's a lot to be said for that, being actually physically part of these discussions. Hybrid is certainly challenging, and I think the work that Charles spoke of earlier in terms of how we can make sure that there is that support available, and perhaps it's a useful nudge for us to be thinking about other ways in which we can leverage support, whether it's for example promoting the value to employers of IAA participation and so forth. Thank you for that.
Great, thank you. Are there any more questions before we break for coffee? Yes, one more, Alex.
Thank you. So a quick one. So I think looking at the nominations for the president, and congratulations again, for Mike. So we're recognizing that there's a longevity in terms of the servings of the volunteers in IAA. So I wonder, what are the message that I can take back to the the members in Hong Kong and the volunteers in Hong Kong, if they are interested in volunteering for IAA, what are the approach and what are the plan and what are the expectations and what are the commitment that they need to have? Because I think in terms of the volunteering, there are various ways of volunteering. There's at the IAA level, and there's also the within country, within city, within society level. So I wonder, what are the considerations that you see and balance, and in particular for the leaders here in the IAA Council, and also from your perspective as the chair for the nomination committees and your fellow members. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much for that. I mean, I think it is clear. It is important that perhaps we are clearer, and that's what this induction is going to be looking at in terms of what the commitment is. I mean, I certainly found with my home association, once we started being clear when we were asking for volunteers to come forward, what the kind of commitment that you're making is, that perhaps people were more willing to, it was more transparent to them. Well, what does it entail? Am I giving up half my time, or what does it entail? So I think being clear about what those requirements are will be quite helpful. But I think the starting point is to get more people participating across the structures, and that's where the nominations process is not the hurdle. It is a case of the member associations taking up the opportunity to have people participating in the various forums and committees. And that way, then there's an opportunity to see how it works and get some exposure. So, I guess I'd encourage the balance. But I think things like the time commitment and so forth is something that we will look at being clearer about in that structuring that process.
Great, thank you very much, Roseanne. I think we have to draw a close at that point. Thank you very much for your report. The good news is that we are just about on time. Could I ask you please to be back here for 4:05, so that we can continue to be on time? We've got quite a tight schedule to ensure that we get away for the gala dinner later, and I'm sure you would all want to do that. Coffee and tea are served just in the foyer outside. Please be back shortly. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We were about to resume. Merci.
Right, thank you very much for coming back on time. I just wanted to start this second half of our council meeting with some important thank yous on your behalf. And those thank yous are to the IAA's executive team who work tirelessly behind the scenes. To Mathieu, to Caroline, to Christian, to Amali, to Carol Ann, and Anne. I've said Carl. Have I missed any? Could I ask all of the executive team to stand up, and could I ask all of us in the room to give them a huge round of applause? Thank you. Anne in particular has been running around seemingly in the middle of the night to make sure that things are running smoothly. But everybody, right from Mathieu right through to all of his staff, have worked extremely hard for us to have a very successful week of meetings here in Seoul. And on your behalf, I'm extremely grateful to all of them. I think at that stage, I am going to move on. I did have one other thing, but I might save that for later. So at this point, I'm going to hand over to Brendan to talk about the thing that we as actuaries love the most, and that's our numbers. Brendan.
Thank you, Charles. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm pleased to be here to present the report on behalf of the Audit and Finance Committee. So today I'll run through quickly some recent activities and in particular our work plan for 2024. We've got the 31 December 2023 financial statements which were in your package, so I'll take you through a summary of those, and then we'll go to questions. We've got a couple of motions as well, the approval on the financial statements, and the other one was on the carbon offset policy, which I will cover briefly in a moment. So our work plan for 2024 is pretty focused on some of the risk management and financial management of the IAA. In particular, we are very focused on the risk register, which you might remember had a significant revamp last year. So we're now into the process of monitoring and managing that, and in particular looking for the emerging risks and managing those. The last couple of months we've been pretty deep in the 31 December 2023 financial statements, which I'll talk to in a sec, and in particular the audit process that we've been through on those. We do regular monitoring of all of our investments and our overall financial performance, so we do get regular balance sheet and profit and loss statement for quarterly performance. The other thing that we are planning to do this year is introduce a carbon policy, which is in your papers, and there's a motion for that later. And the next step is on that, assuming it's approved today, is to develop sort of tracking and monitoring for that. So recently, we've updated the financial policies, which you would have seen in the consent agenda. And we've also updated the risk register. We've made some small changes to that, and we'll be finalising that in the coming weeks. So that's the annual review of that risk register. And then, as per the papers, we have developed a policy for carbon credits for IAA travel. And I might, just because that is an upcoming motion, I might just make a couple of remarks on that before I go into the financial statements. So the carbon offset policy that you'll see in your papers has really come about because as an organisation, we obviously espouse a sustainable approach to climate and the environment, and we aspire to influence global activities in this area, and you've seen some of that through the reports that we've had already from the Strategic Planning Committee and others. So we have to be genuine about that and practice what we preach, and hence we've developed this policy. It is a small step, so it is only for the purchase of flight credits to offset the carbon footprint for individuals that are travelling under the IAA budget, so that would be staff and executive committee, etc. So it is a small step. We're obviously trying to balance there just some of the, making sure that we take some tangible actions, but also balance that with the cost and administrative constraints that we would have around that. So that's the carbon policy that we will vote on later on. Okay, into the financial statements. So the financial statements are in your papers. I've got just the highlights here. So we've reported a surplus of about 500,000 Canadian dollars. That's a good result and an increase on last year's position. So we are running a healthy balance sheet at the moment. We've had good performance from our investments, slightly beating the benchmark for the year, and expenses have generally been well controlled. There are some ups and downs which I'll come to a little bit later. And there has been some deferred spending just because we had some money put away for strategic projects, strategic initiatives that is yet to be used, so that will still be used in the future. So that's the summary of our net asset and surplus position for the year ending 31 December 2023. With some comparatives to budget and last year. So overall, a very positive result. So what I'll do, I'll just talk through some of the key items in the financial statements. And there will be obviously time for questions at the end if there are others that people want to ask about. So we've maintained our strategic asset allocation per the investment policy. That meant that during 2023 we had investment assets shifted from cash into the allocations per the policy, and we've got just some of the items. This is just going through some of the items. So prepaid expenses in there. Mostly deposits for future meetings, in case that wasn't clear. We've got key assets and liabilities, mostly obviously investment assets, but just some of the liabilities that you'll see in the notes to the financial statements. So Congress bursary funds. So there's been some good contributions to those, and they were, you'll see an outgo there of about, I think it was about 180,000 for the ICA in Sydney. So that's a very important fund, and as we've said there, encourage all FMAs to support that fund in particular for some of the upcoming ICAs. On the revenue and expense, so the profit and loss, if I can call it that, we've got an increase in revenue driven by a number of factors. So we had increase in membership, overall numbers of members in the IAA coming through, as well as the revenue increase from the fee increase during I think that was at the start of 2022. We've also seen an increase in section membership, which typically occurs after a Congress in ICA, and so that's also increased the revenue in the revenue line of your financial statements compared to our budget. We also had positive investment returns. So as I mentioned earlier, we had good performance on our investments and in particular against the benchmark. And then we've got some other revenue items there that we've just noted for information. On the expense side, the expenses are broken down in the financial statements in a reasonable amount of detail, so you can have a look through those. And this is perhaps anticipating some questions. The key increases, probably the two biggest ones, were the communication and IT expenses, and I think Charles referred to the IT program earlier in the meeting, which is the source of that, plus also in event expenses generally increasing compared to 2022, just due to the cost of those going up, in particular locations where they were held were a bit more expensive than previous years. The office space has overhead expenses reducing, and some of the leasing, there's been some subleasing of staff space as well, just as staff are working from home more, and we expect that to continue to reduce over time. We've received an unqualified audit. So as I said, we went through the process over the last couple of months. Would probably thank Carol Ann again. So she does an enormous amount of work to pull together those financial statements behind the scenes, and all the other work that she does for the activities of the Audit and Finance Committee, managing the investments, and all the other risk initiatives. So thank you to Carol Ann. Would also just highlight, we do have a reserve to budget, so we hold per the policy that you would have seen updated in the consent agenda. The unrestricted net assets over our forecast expenses is slightly over 100%, which is a good position. That is likely to come down over the coming year or two, just as some of the new initiatives are implemented, particularly the IT program, and also some of the other strategic planning committee initiatives, for example, the AI task force, etc. Okay. I think we do questions first. Is that right, Charles, before we go to the motion?
So first of all, I'll ask for a mover and seconder for the motion as presented here, that on the recommendation of the Audit and Finance Committee, Council approve the IAA draft audited financial statements for the year ended December 31, 2023. And the rest you can read. And I'll include in questions on this motion any other questions you want to ask of Brendan on our financial statement. So if I could ask now for a mover, Mike, and a seconder,
Sweden.
Okay, thank you. So now the motion is on the floor, and you can ask questions of Brendan on either the financial statements for the year just ended or other matters of his presentation that you've just heard. So over to you if you want to ask any questions. Samuel.
Thank you. Thank you for this presentation. I have a question about the carbon offset policy. You can ask it now. I wait for the next motion.
No, the carbon offset policy we'll look at as a separate motion next, if you don't mind. Right, okay, well, seeing no further questions, I was reminded by my executive director on my right that I wasn't properly doing the vote before, and that you really ought to hold out your numbers, even if it's going to be a unanimous vote. So please could I ask you to vote holding up your numbers? Thank you. Okay, I believe that is unanimous, but is there any other votes that I've missed in terms of votes abstaining or votes against? Thank you. Okay, Brendan, that takes you on to the next item that you want to cover, which is the carbon offset policy as described. And again, the motion is that on the recommendation of the Executive Committee, the Council approves the IAA carbon offset policy as presented. So please could I have a mover and a seconder?
Slovenia.
Slovenia and IFOA. Thank you. So now we can have questions and discussion on the carbon offset policy. Samuel, would you like to ask a question?
Yes. We really believe it's a great idea and thing for the IAA to have this carbon offset policy, but most of the costs are coming from travel from FMA representative. And maybe IAA should encourage FMAs to adopt this type of policy in their own countries.
So thank you. I'll let Brendan duck that to me. I did say I would take a few of these questions that might come along those lines. This is a first step. We want to hear what FMAs think of it before we expand the policy, whether we have FMA support for what we're doing. We think it's right for us because we are on the global stage presenting work on climate change, and we think we need to walk the talk. We don't necessarily yet believe that we want to take a position encouraging other FMAs to do likewise. They have to discuss it amongst themselves. But we are very interested in what FMAs are thinking. In fact, we've been spending quite a bit of time this week discussing with large numbers of you your views in this area. And we're very pleased that we are ahead of the game on this, but that also FMAs are supportive of. I'm not aware of other FMAs that are yet adopting such policies. And we are keen to be ahead of the game on this, but also we want to carry FMA support. So it is a first step. We will have many more discussions about what our position should be and what position we might take to potentially encourage FMAs. Gabor.
Yeah, a similar topic from me. I think I like the policy, so I'm not saying anything against the policy, but additionally, the IAA may want to start a project in assessing its own carbon footprint overall of all the activities of the IAA. And even if FMAs do not provide so much data, I think actuaries are great in making up models and valuations based on incomplete data, so, and doing sensitivity analysis. One more comment, you may know that, or may not, that the AAE, the European Association, has just started such an exercise. So it will, I mean, they decided there's a, I'm not sure what the name is, Sustainability and Climate Working Group, that this assessment will be made over some time. So I think I'm not saying it's a must for the IA, but I would encourage the leadership to consider how a similar course of action can be, performed in due time. So it's not a pressing issue, but just, consider this. Thank you.
No, thanks, Gabor. We will definitely consider it. We will have a lot more discussions on this. Alex.
Actually, my comment is quite similar to Gabor. Instead of asking the FMAs to adopt a similar policy, I think based on the attendance list today, right, or for this series of Seoul meetings, you can probably estimate the carbon footprint of all the attendees in aggregate. So that would be a wider scope of carbon footprint of IA meetings. Can be estimated using a few data points and just extrapolate for the other locations or something like that. Right? Incomplete data, yes.
We're certainly going to consider doing that in the future. We haven't made any decisions yet, but that has to be on our list of considerations. This is a first step. It's not the last step. But thank you for those contributions. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question, I mean, principally supportive of the policy, but just a question on the extent to which such policy as an administrative overhead and the potential distraction of a fairly limited number of staff within the administrative office, and whether or not any thought has been given to that.
So that is one of the reasons why it's a fairly modest first step. We want to check, and we've already had a couple of warnings from FMAs that we've discussed this with, beware of the administrative complications. So making sure that we can manage something that is sensible for us, for an organisation with our resources to manage is definitely on our radar, so thank you.
Yeah, and I think just to add to that, that's the plan for the second half of this year, is to implement tracking and monitoring just to assess how much, and we don't think it will be too much administrative burden, but we're very conscious of that issue. Yep.
If there are no further questions, I will ask us to go to a vote. And again, please show your cards with the numbers on. Those in favour? Thank you very much. Those against? Any abstentions? Thank you very much. That's great. And thank you, Brendan, and for the work of your committee. It's much appreciated. So that concludes the work of the statutory committees and their reports to you. So we now move on to the business agenda for today. And we've got a number of reports from other committees of the IAA, beginning with Barbara and a report from the Advanced Committee. Thank you.
Hi. So, oops, this is the wrong way. Yes. So my name is Barbara D'Ambrogiola, and I'm chair of the Advanced Committee. The Advanced Committee has met in the morning. We had a 4-hour meeting in this room. And during the year, it has been meeting about once per month. The main task of the Advanced Committee has been to support the work of the forum. And for example, we have been making some template to make the planning and reporting of the forum activities more smooth and comparable. We have also been trying to support and encourage the collaboration between forum and sections, and also we have had many discussions on the engagement of forum members. We also have been following the work and the progress of task forces, and in the morning we heard a report and update on all the 6 task forces that are going on in the IAA. Some of these were already reported here at the Council before the break. There are 2 task forces anyway, the Water Risk and the Sustainable Development Task Force, that is straight under the supervision of the Advanced Committee. And we had, as I told, we had in the morning an update. So I have anything on the slide, I have on the paper. And regarding the Water Risk Task Force, the work is going really well. They started about 6 months ago, and they have 1 paper almost ready. They have to clean it up, and then they are working on the second paper of them series. The most important thing that came out from this task force is the collaboration they have established with the OECD. And in particular, it's really remarkable that the chair of the task force has been invited to speak by the OECD on a panel. So with this kind of work, we are also bringing really far away the supranational relationship. Regarding the Sustainable Development Task Force, they are maybe coming a bit more slowly to the goal. The biggest task they have been having is to narrow enough their scope. And because they have limited resources, they were first thinking to take under study 3 goals, but then they decided that 2 are enough. So the work is going well also on that side. Relating to the Advanced Committee, the virtual meeting participation is less than in-person meeting. This morning we met here and we had the room full. When we meet in virtual, we are about 20. So there is a huge difference. And that difference is also in the participation when we are together or when we are in virtual. The leadership meets about 1-2 weeks before and develop the agenda. This meeting has been really, these days here in Seoul has been really productive from my point of view related to the Advanced Committee, since we have been getting a lot of suggestions and improvements. First thing that we have been thinking about is how we could support better the forums. And we had on Tuesday morning an in-person meeting between AC and forum leadership. It was really, really good. We just all speak the same language, even if it's English. And we decided to keep going and meet once in a year to check where we are going. The forum chairs also agreed to share best practice and keep in touch more often during the year regarding operational tasks. We need also other changes. So we need, for example, how can we make the reports of forum activities to the AC more efficient so that we don't have half of the time of the meetings just for reporting? We need something, we need to get a clue somehow from there. And we need also to have a broader view of the task force activities. It's really important to know what task forces are doing so that we can encouraging the collaboration with sections and forum and supranational. And also, what is the right frequency of the meeting so that the AC members stay up to date, but they don't get bored. And the last is what it came really strongly in the discussions today and in the past days is that forums are struggling because they would like to have more resources, especially active resources. So I guess that one of the main tasks for the AC in the summer will be to try to find out if we can somehow help. So there is a lot to do, but we are starting.
Great, thank you very much, Barbara. So are there any questions for Barbara? You get off scot-free. Thank you very much, Barbara. So please can I now invite Andrew Chamberlain to give us a report from the Actuarial Standards Committee. Andrew.
Thank you, President. It's my practice to try and keep my reports to the Council as brief as possible, partly because, of course, when we issue things like exposure drafts, there's enough work for you back at home to look into them. So I'm going to focus my remarks just on two issues that we are currently dealing with. As Council will be aware, ISAP 8 is in development. This is the one to do with the IFRS S2 sustainability standard that we are writing a complementary ISAP for. The task force that was working on this gave a report to the ASC this week. The ASC had a significant number of comments, and they're going back to the task force for them to work on them. As is generally the case, the ASC is pushing back to try and reduce the volume of material that our enthusiastic task forces put together in the drafts, and we're hoping then that we will have a usable draft to consult upon, and I'm hopeful we will be consulting on that, agreeing to consult on that after time. The other major role we always have to do is to review existing ISAPs according to the due process. And ISAP 1 is currently at that stage. And a conclusion has been reached by the ASC that changes will be needed to ISAP 1. Predominantly, I think these are precipitated by climate change and by AI issues. Whilst it is arguable that ISAP 1 can be seen to cover those sort of emerging issues from its generality, there is a feeling that there is a need for some clarification and perhaps some detailed amendments to try and get that clarity immediately obvious to the users. The preliminary view we have is that we should be able to do this under the shortened procedure that doesn't include an SOI, because all the material that we're talking about is within the scope of the original SOI for ISAP 1. That will be subject to discussion with the Professionalism Committee that has already begun. But I'm hopeful that that will be the case. And if that is the case, we may even see an exposure draft on this during the current year. Let's see how it goes. But I'm happy to answer any questions that there may be.
Great, thank you very much, Andrew. Are there any questions for Andrew? No? Well, thank you very much, Andrew. Council always likes brief reports, so well done again. So our next item, I'm delighted to invite Abraham Hernandez to come up and give us a report on the activities of sections. Abe.
Thank you very much, Charles and Council, for the opportunity to talk a bit about sections. I will try to be quick as well, but no, it's okay. So first, sections have been around for a long time. I mean, for many of you, you might be, well, what sections are? Well, some of them even predate the current IAA. ASTIN was formed in 1957, for example. I won't go through all the genesis, but they have been around. Some were formed after the new IAA, which was the case of PBSS, for example. And here, I mean, you will have the presentation here, what the acronyms of the sections stand for. Sometimes we get lost on that as well, like PBSS is pensions, benefits, and social security. And okay, the mission of sections is to facilitate the international exchange of knowledge between individual actuaries on specific topics and become the go-to forum of actuarial knowledge, professional development, and networking in the actuarial profession. And that is where we concentrate, right? And I mean, sometimes sections, people think they are like the academic part of the IA. It is not. I mean, we are not into academia. It's more, we try to bridge academia with practice and provide for networking opportunities for actuaries around the world in international matters. Then the difference between forums and sections, that's another question that many times arises. And big difference is that forum members are appointed by you, by FMAs, whilst the board of sections is elected by sections members. And section members are individual actuaries who pay a fee of 60 Canadian dollars per section. From these fees, sections pay some part of these fees to the IAA to cover expenses for the services they provide to sections and some of the overhead of the secretariat. Sections have a total membership of about 4,500 members, but there are 3,000, a bit more than 3,000 individual actuaries, some of them having multiple membership of sections. And sections have their own governance structure, right, as I explained. And there are 2 IAA appointed delegates that oversee, I mean, what we're doing. And I mean, we belong to the IAA structure, and we are always trying to cooperate to the objectives of the IAA itself. So we have these appointed delegates. And, but I mean, the activities and the board of sections respond to section members, not necessarily to the FMAs itself, right? So sometimes and that's why, I mean, sections do certain activities that has nothing to do with, for example, approaching supranationals or everything aligned to the objectives of the IAA, but sometimes many things are aligned with the objectives of individual actuaries. Many has to do with CPD, etc. So, I mean, sections activities, what do sections do? So it's, we organize colloquia, webinars, workshops, seminars, a lot of education through master classes, podcasts, interviews, reading clubs, reference lists, virtual libraries. We do some research, and like sections own somehow the ASTIN Bulletin, although the ASTIN Bulletin itself is very independent. It has an independent, I mean, how you call this, board of editorial board, completely independent. We give bursaries, especially for younger actuaries from developing FMAs to attend colloquia and the International Congress of Actuaries. We give prizes for best papers presented there, and also for best papers written into the Astin Bulletin. And we collaborate with the local association that organizes the International Congress of Actuaries for the scientific program of the Congress. And, well, of course, we're collaborating with the IAA forums and committees, trying to broadcast to our members their findings, their papers, etc. And also the same exchange of information that they do. So this is what we did in 2023. I mean, most of the work was on the ICA 2023, where we had more than 200 sessions in which sections were involved in abstract review and then selection of the prizes, etc. Contributed half of funding for the best paper prizes, and also contributed for bursaries to support speakers and support some attendees from more than 30 countries. We also held 26 webinars in different topics. I mean, we've been talking here about health, we've been talking about artificial intelligence, we've been talking about environment. So all of the topics that are discussed within the IAA, that's what sections do on their, in their webinars. Here's a list of our top 10 webinars according to attendance. And also, I mean, 4 of the top 10 most viewed videos on artificial intelligence on ActiveView were produced by IACA. These are some of our ongoing projects. We have working parties, research grants, of course, the Astin Bulletin, the Astin Master Classes, a tender warehouse of consulting projects, interviews and reading clubs. So these are ongoing activities on different topics specific to each section. And I mean, we know we have people that are happy with what we do. But here we have many challenges, and I will not go over all what Charles said during town hall. But we have, I mean, 4,000 members or 3,000 individuals sound a lot, especially for smaller associations. But it is a small fraction of the total membership of FMAs. So we have a low, small membership, and it is declining. So here we need your help. And first, asking you to lead by example, and I will repeat here what Charles said during town hall. We need all of you to become members of sections, right? And then you will even understand better what sections do, and then you will invite all of your members to become section members as well. There is a lack of awareness of sections, not only amongst you, but imagine if it's among this group, there's a lack of awareness of what sections are and do between the 100,000 actuaries around the world. So we need your help promoting our activities, including what we do, which is what is produced by the whole IAA on your social media, on your websites, on your conferences, etc. We also need help to collect our section fees. Not all, some of you, and thank you, help us collect fees from our members, but not all of you. So we need help with that. We do not have a direct access to our, neither to all of our members, and we don't have access to your members. So we really need your help. We really need your help with that. An actuary who randomly finds out about sections could go to the IAA website and join sections, but that doesn't happen very, very often. I mean, and the Secretariat can provide materials such as video, brochures, etc., for you to share with your members. And also, I mean, there is collaboration, but still, we believe there's a limited, there's scope for much more collaboration between sections, forums, and other committees within the IAA. We're working on that, but still work in progress. And coming in 2024 and 2025 is our colloquium in, well, we have a regular schedule of webinars. Those are announced on the IAA newsletter every so often. We are working on an ambassadors program to, I mean, be closer to FMAs, right? To help you with that. We're asking you to help us, so help you to help us. That's the idea with the ambassadors program. And the joint section colloquium, this will be the first time all of the sections get together to organize a colloquium. So this is kind of a mini congress, and it's called the JOCO, the Joint Colloquium, which will be held in Brussels on September 22 to 25th. It is just before the Tallinn meeting, so all of you are invited to come some days before to Brussels. And for those who's it's too short notice, in May next year, again before the IAA meetings in Sao Paulo, we will have another one. So please do join the sections and help us get all of your members involved in our activities. So thank you very much. And I don't know if there's a video or something on the colloquium.
So I'll just pause there before we go to the colloquium, because I want to ask Philippe to say a few words about the colloquium. But just before Philippe does that, are there any questions for Abe on the more general work of the sections? Mike.
Just a question on getting more of us engaged in sections and things like that. You said sections not very well understood or known by a lot of the membership. Has any of your sections thought about the idea of, try before you buy? In other words, giving them like 1 year's free membership so that they could see the benefits, and then the persistency of those who are interested would continue, or is that something that you've looked at before?
We are thinking on different programs. We need to improve a lot in general in marketing, and it's not only on promoting, but on things like that, on offering also like, a single membership for different sections. But that is, we have done some things, for example, during colloquia. Okay, so everybody who comes to the colloquium is automatically a member of the section for that year. And that, of course, that year helps to increase membership. Some of them do stay. So yes, it does work. We have not done it like all sections every time, but we're always talking about different things we can do. We need to improve. Yes, that's been a thought, and thank you, Mike.
George.
If I can also add something to what Abe said. For example, in the consulting section, we provide free webinars to non-members. The webinars are supposed to be free for our members, but sometimes we open this up to everybody. So some of the people will come into the webinars. We had 2 very successful ones, which had to do mainly with machine learning. Xavier Marachal, a very literate, machine learning literate gentleman, presented these. So we had a few people watching the webinars, and then they decided to register. So there have been thoughts and there have been actions in this direction. They don't always work, but we are trying.
Okay, thank you. Okay, last question, Pedro, before we move on. Thank you.
It's not a question. I would like to support the report that Abraham has made, and also make a proposal that every time we have a council, there could be a 5-minute presentation of the work done by the sections, because in some cases, presidents of FMAs rotate and come here 1 or 2 years, and sometimes we lose contact, and that's the idea of how we need this ambassadors program in order to promote more what is done, because the possibility of getting acquaintance of this is that it's also now virtual. So we have the opportunity to contact a lot of factories that cannot travel easily. So it's a great opportunity. So that's a point that we have discussed, that maybe here at the council, at least 10 minutes report of the activities.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Pedro. We will certainly consider that going forward. Abe, you know that I'm a big supporter of the sections, and I've promised to work with you this year to see what we can do to increase the both the understanding and membership of sections. So thank you for your presentation today. I'd like now to ask Philippe to join you up there to talk about JOCO 2024.
Thank you, Charles. Hola. Hi, everyone. As announced at the end of the Council of Montreal, of Sydney, of Lisbon, it is the 4th time for me, it is my pleasure to inform you that Belgium will host the first joint colloquium of all the sections on the same place during the same week. So it's right on the slide. The event will be taken from 22 September to 26 September in Brussels. Everything is almost ready. All the information are on the website joco2024.org. But the event will be a success if the number of participants is very large. So I need your help, and I ask you to share the information to all the actuaries of your association. Why? Because it's time to register the early bird and the 31 May. So can I ask you to inform all your actuaries to register? It will be a very good thing. As I told you when I announced the Council and Committee meeting in 2022 in Brussels, you have to come in Brussels not only for the actuarial meeting, but also for the Belgian culture and the Belgian food and drinks. You know that the Belgian chocolate, the Belgian beer, the Belgian waffles, the Belgian fried are the best of the world. So, actuarial meeting and enjoy of Belgium. So, I will thank the steering in Belgium, this Philippe de Longueville, this Marc-Henri, this Xavier Maréchal, and a young girl, Candy. I will thank, I don't know where is in the room, Christian Hawk, Christian Levac for the precious help. Thank you, Christian. And my last word is welcome to all to the JOCO 2024.
Thank you, Abe, and thank you, Philippe. I will definitely be in Brussels. I look forward to it, and I do encourage as many of you as possible to join me for what I'm sure will be an excellent event. So thank you for telling us about the sections and for particularly the JOCO that's coming up. Thank you.
And thank you, Charles, very much for your full support all these years for the sections.
My great pleasure. Okay, thank you. Well, as we are talking about events, it's my pleasure to invite the representatives from the Actuarial Society of Kenya Mukami and Rebecca to take the stage and tell us their exciting ideas for ICA 2029.
Good afternoon all, and good day to those online, whatever time of the world you are. So thank you so much to the EC for putting us forward to present to you this proposal. So we're here on behalf of the Actuarial Society of Kenya to share with you the proposal for hosting the ICA 2029 bid. We recognize that it wasn't an easy decision from the EC. We had tough competition, but we're happy and privileged to share with you some of the snippets of our proposal out of a much wider detailed submission which was shared. My name is Mokami Njeru, fellow of the Actuarial Society of Kenya and of the FIA, and I also sit in both councils. And my colleague Rebecca, fellow of ASA, and also of the Actuarial Society of Kenya from Deloitte. So we'll just cover these 4 things. Just an introduction to the Actuarial Society of Kenya, a bit about the location. We'll deep dive into our theme and program, and really come to a conclusion about why we think it's important to host the ICA in Kenya in 2029. So the Actuarial Society of Kenya was founded in 1993 and relaunched in 2005. As we saw in the town hall presentation by Charles, we've had remarkable growth in the actuarial profession in Kenya, 100% over the last couple of years, and we estimate a similar growth in the number of members with actuarial credentials in the lead up to 2029. It's important to note that we also have quite a large membership of students and student actuaries who are driving the thriving profession in the region, making it the second largest profession in Africa outside of South Africa, who have really paved the way for the continent. Because of this, TASC has a key role in promoting actuarial education and professionalism in Kenya and in the region with initiatives such as great events, which some of you have attended over the years, really engaging conventions which are well run and which make good surpluses, and other events and initiatives such as the Actuarial Academy of East Africa. TASC also is privileged to have really good relationships with the regulators, including some government organizations, and not a least of which is the African Actuarial Associations. So we were really happy to get support from a lot of the actuarial societies in the continent, even in the Caribbean and other places. And the IAA Africa Task Force, will also be a key part of the organization of the ICA 2029, should we be privileged to take it. So we have been FMEs since 2010, and we believe we are really at age to be able to host this, and we'd be really excited to do so, only being the second time that the ICA has been in Africa since its inception. What can I say about Nairobi? We would love to welcome you to Nairobi. It's an unbeatable host city. We've put a few things on the slide which we think will sell it. But it's a very strategic location, almost at the center of the world. I know a lot of us have traveled, different hours to come here, but average time to get to Nairobi from any corner of the world is relatively sort of similar. We have excellent connectivity and infrastructure, state-of-the-art facilities, and good security for a capital city, with a lot of prominent events having been hosted there before. A lot of accommodation options, and really what is underpinning the growth of the actuarial profession is a vibrant financial services industry that is really growing. Nairobi is sometimes referred to as the African Silicon Valley, but I don't want to be political. I know there's Rwanda as well, and so on and so forth. Really good flight access, a really great airport. I know visa processing is also quite easy. and really good weather, no need for air conditioning or heating all year round. We plan to host the ICA around June, and this is a great time to experience other things in the country, such as the wildebeest migration, one of the great natural wonders of the world. And Nairobi is also the only city with a national park inside in the city, in the capital. So we believe it would be, I know we heard about Brussels, but we believe it would be an amazing experience with great food and so on and so forth. The venue, Kenyatta International Conference Center, is where we've chosen. It's named after our first president, but it's a great venue that hosts a lot of international events. It's right in the middle of Nairobi, very accessible to the airport and to all sort of accommodation and other items. It has good security and good ratings and has won a lot of awards. And events such as the UN conferences and so on are always held there. And we believe it's a state-of-the-art venue that would be privileged to host the ICA.
Thank you, Mukami. So we thought to just share a few important details that accompanied our submission in terms of the program itself. So in terms of the Congress Organizing Committee, we've proposed Sandeep Raichura, who might be on Zoom joining us, as well as Mukami to co-chair the planning of the conference. Sandeep is a seasoned actuary. Fun fact, he just recently, I think it was last week, was receiving the Finlayson Medal from IFOA. And of course, Mukami, I'm sure she's humbly shared her credentials, but she's been heavily involved in the growth of the profession, not just in Kenya, but across the African region. And we believe their guidance will be critical in ensuring that we deliver a high quality, great conference and experience for all the delegates. Then in terms of the scientific committee, we looked at individuals who have contributed significantly to the profession from an academia and a research perspective. So we've proposed Professor Patrick Weke, who is an honorary fellow of the Actuarial Society of Kenya, and has done a lot for the profession. Almost everyone who's a qualified actuary in Kenya has probably been taught by this professor at some point in their journey. And then Moses Mutuli is also a fellow of the Actuarial Society of Kenya and a past task president. So we just wanted to share some of the topics and themes, and it's very comforting to have seen these topics threaded into the discussions that have been taking place this week, as well as what we feel is currently important for actuaries to be involved in. But we also wanted there to be an African flavor to the topics that we would like delegates to come and have conversations in, and also to hear on presentations from experts. So you can see a lot of the sub-themes centered around AI, big data, but we also wanted to bring in more international topics that have a lot of relevance to the African agenda, including sustainability, as well as healthcare and the challenges and how we as actuaries can be involved and have our say in improving these issues in Africa. Okay, so in terms of delivery of the Congress, we did quite a bit of work up front as part of our submission in ensuring that the financials made sense from a sustainability perspective, but also to deliver on the promise that we have just shared about how great Nairobi was. We want to make sure that it's a really great top experience for all those who attend. So, of course, these are still ballpark figures, but how we would like to ensure that we deliver this is through a blend of sponsorship from some of the key sponsors who have supported these congresses through the years, as well as Pan-African insurers who we believe will be able to garner quite a lot of support in this. We have a very optimistic target of around 2,000 delegates, which we believe is very achievable given how we intend to collaborate with other African actuarial societies. In line with our theme, and apologies, I forgot to mention the theme in the previous slide, which includes inclusivity and impact, we also wanted to make sure that we embrace this theme in ensuring that we cater for those who come from low GNP countries, those who will be attending virtually students, and those from academia. We've also taken into account unforeseen events and built-in contingency margins in terms of some of the expenses that we've estimated as part of the cost of delivering an event of this gravitas.
Thank you, Rebecca, and thanks everyone for listening. I think in conclusion, we just want to say that we believe that the impact of having this event locally from an African context and even for the global and international profession, actuarial profession, would be significant. So just to have the international delegates interacting with the Kenyan sort of students and studying actuaries to fuel the growth further, really for the African continent, and really to make the profession truly global, we suggest that the ICA is hosted in Kenya in 2029. We have a video in case my description of Nairobi was not good enough. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mukami and Rebecca. Please just stay there. And if we go on to the next slide, I want to put the motion up, which is that on the recommendation of the EC, the the 34th ICA will take place in Nairobi, Kenya, to be organised by TASC. And if I could have a mover and a seconder for that motion.
Ghana.
Yes. Hey. Did we get another one as well?
I was too excited by I think I pointed over there somewhere.
Yeah.
A new one. There we go. So Hong Kong.
Okay. Perfect. So now we'll take Q&A on the motion, but particularly also if you want to ask any questions of Mukami or Rebecca on the exciting prospect of going to Kenya for ICA 2029. We're all bursting with excitement, and we're also quite keen to get to the gala dinner, and we're all watching our clocks as well. Thank you both not only for your presentation today, but also for all of the work that you've already put in. The process of putting forward a bid for an ICA is extremely long and challenging for the winners and the losers. But your excitement is contagious, and we're really looking forward to Kenya. But before I can say finally congratulations, we have to put this to the vote. So please could I ask you to vote in favour of the motion? Again, that looks pretty unanimous, but just in case, anybody against? Or any abstentions? No. Thank you. Congratulations, Kenya. Now, whilst we're on the topic of future events, These are the future council meetings which are coming to you today for approval. So we've already approved up to Rome 2027. So our Q3, Q4 meeting in 2027 is proposed to be Panama City, and then Colombo, Sri Lanka, to help them celebrate their 20th anniversary, then Berlin, Germany, to help celebrate their 125th anniversary, before finally we will join with the ICA in a joint meeting in Nairobi, Kenya in 2029. So the motion before you is that on the recommendation of the EC, that Council approves the locations of the future IAA Council and Committee meetings as I have just presented. Please could I have a mover and a seconder for that motion? And Ed. Thank you very much. Does anybody want to ask a question or any discussion on that motion? No? Excellent. We're catching up a few precious minutes. So please could I have all of those in favour? Excellent. That looks again to be unanimous, but just in case, any against? Any abstentions? No, thank you very much. That is also carried. That takes us on to another exciting event that's on our horizon, and on our horizon really quite soon now. It doesn't seem it, but it will catch up very quickly. So please, could I invite our Japanese contingent to give us an update on ICA 2026, and I can see it's going to be colourful.
Is it okay? Thank you, Charles. And good afternoon, everybody. I'm Akira Kuroda, the Secretary of the Marketing and Public Relations Subcommittee of ICA 2026. And my colleagues, Shoma and Yuzo, and our President, Yasushi. We'd like to thank you for the opportunity to give this presentation today. The presentation aims to encourage many actuaries around the world to participate in ICA 2026. First of all, I'd like you to watch our promotional video. Please.
Hi everyone, I'm Yasushi Ueda, President of IAJ. It's a great honor for us to hold ICA 2026 in Japan. Sydney has just passed the baton and we are firmly committed to carrying it on to Tokyo.
In 1976, the ICA was held in Japan. 2026 will be the 50th anniversary of that ICA. Actuaries have since learned a lot through new technologies, climate change, and recent pandemics. We'd like to share ideas with diverse regions, people, and generations around the world. Japan is a beautiful country with tradition and a unique culture. Let's have a fruitful discussion in Tokyo.
Japan is a member of the Asian region, home to many countries experiencing rapid growth in recent years. At the same time, the number of actuaries is increasing. Japan is also one of the first countries to have an aging society. And 2026 will be an excellent time to host the ICA.
we want everyone attending ICA 2026 to fully experience the excellent aspects of Japan. So let's introduce some highlights now. Tokyo, the capital of Japan, is one of the largest cities on the planet and home to over 10 million people. It also ranks among the top attractive cities. You'll be surprised at its clean cityscape, safety, and punctual transportation network.
We plan to hold ICA 2026 in a central Tokyo venue, where many international congresses have been held, with excellent access to hotels, restaurants, train stations, and airports.
Young actuaries like me are also looking forward to ICA 2026 in Tokyo. I'm already getting excited about discussing diverse issues with actuaries from around the globe here in Tokyo.
There are conference rooms of various sizes in the venue. There I'm sure lots of dynamic discussion will take place. Naturally, I'm also looking forward to joining the debate.
Well, how about it? I'm guessing you are ready to come to Tokyo right now. But please be patient for a little more, until 2026.
Please come and join ICA Tokyo.
Thank you. How was our videos? Thank you. In fact, I was a little bit nervous whether you are interested in ICA 2026, but now I'm relieved to see that you watched the video with interest. I'd like to introduce ICA 2026 Tokyo a little bit more. The 20th ICA in 1976 was Japan's first time hosting the event. So it is notable that ICA 2026 commemorates its 50th anniversary. ICA 2026 is happening from November 8th to 13th at the Tokyo International Forum, right in the center of Tokyo, one of the world's biggest cities. This is the picture of the venue. This promises to be an experience where you can feel tradition, diversity, and innovation, the theme of ICA 2026. Next slide, please. The venue is located at the best place, not only for the ICA, but also for the sightseeing. You can get Tokyo Station, Imperial Palace, and Ginza, most popular shopping area in Tokyo by walk. Next slide, please. It takes only 10 minutes to get Akihabara, mecca of animation and manga, by taxi, and about 2 hours to access to Kyoto, the ancient capital of Japan, and famous in many historic temples and shrines by bullet train. Next slide, please. This is a night scenery of Akihabara. In Tokyo, even at night in November, it's around 15 degrees Celsius or 60 degrees Fahrenheit, making it very comfortable. We believe you'll enjoy the city, which is considered one of the safest in the world. Next slide, please. November, when ICA 2026 will be held, is the best season for the autumn leaves in Kyoto. I promise that you can have a wonderful experience there. I'm from Kyoto originally. Next slide, please. The gala dinner will be held at Hapoen, the venue where historic building and banquet facilities are in a luxuriant garden. Attendees will have an opportunity to feel the traditional Japanese atmosphere. These are the picture of the gala dinner venue. In addition, we are planning a special event, an opening party and optional sightseeing tour in which you can feel Japanese culture and tradition. We are considering various plans for the content of the Congress so that discussion will be heated and participants will have a meaningful time. So please look forward to it. Next slide, please. I'd like to inform you that official website and social network services, X, Facebook, and LinkedIn are now open. It will be regularly updated with various information, such as registration for participation and call for papers. Website and SNS can be accessed through the QR code and URL. I'd like you to access and follow the website and SNS and spread our messages to your country's actuaries. There are ICA flyer on your seat. This one. So please read the address with your smartphone and try accessing it now. Our social media account just started last April, but I'm afraid the number of followers is a little bit smaller than I expected. So I want to say loudly to you, please follow us. We will send you an additional information from Yuzo, from IAJ, the Institute of Actuaries of Japan, just after this meeting by email. I would be happy if you could inform them in your country's annual meetings. And if possible, we would also like to participate online and make the request directly. We are waiting for your offers. I'm worried about losing sleep from receiving offers from too many countries, but I will do my best as much as possible. I promise that your participation in ICA 2026 will be unforgettable memories. Everyone, for your sake, I hope that the current weak Japanese yen continues until ICA 2026, and that a strong Japanese yen returns just after the ICA ends. Wait a minute. Oh, Japanese yen is still weak. Congratulations for everybody, except Japanese. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Akira and Shoma, thank you so much, and to all of the team that are working so hard behind the scenes. I can't wait. It sounds extremely exciting. I'm sure it'll be a fabulous event. So thank you. Thank you for your presentation today, and thank you for all that you're doing to make Tokyo 2026 a fantastic event. Thank you.
Thank you.
So now we come to our final presentation for today, which is our exciting next meeting. So Marika and Tarmo, the floor is yours. Tell us about Tallinn, Estonia, and the next IAA meeting, September 2024.
Yeah, I feel myself like at the Ad Eater's Night, so just one movie to go, and then it will be over. I'm Marika Gorelnik, President of Estonian Actuarial Society, and this year our society turns 25 years, and we of course would like to celebrate this big event all together with you. Half a year ago in Lisbon, we were advertising the city of Tallinn. The city that you all are going to fall in love with, or Tallinn will fall in love with you. But today, we would like to announce another important event accompanying IAA meetings, or other way around, maybe IAA meetings accompanying our event. So we are going to have insurance industry conference dedicated to the 25th anniversary. And in order to prove that Estonian actuaries are really cool, I would like to mention that the video you are going to see in a couple of minutes was in a big extent made by us, by Estonian actuaries. So my big appreciation goes to all my fellow colleagues in organizing team. One of them is here. And of course, big thank you to all the prominent speakers who also volunteered. Some of them are also in this room, who volunteered for the hard work to make this joint event a success. And a big thank you to IAA for its continuous support. And yes, last but not least, we want to thank all the partners who decided to join our supporters team. And there are still a couple of places available. So, Christian, floor is yours.
The University of Tartu, one of the oldest and well-known universities in our region, is the alma mater for most modern Estonian actuaries. Its actuarial and financial engineering graduate program has become a great professional springboard for young actuaries. After enjoying vibrant university life in Tartu, the young actuaries are moved to Tallinn, the capital, to work for international insurance groups and insurtech startups. In 1999, the graduates of the University of Tartu founded the Actuarial Society to promote the profession in Estonia and to join the global actuarial community. In September, we are holding an international conference to celebrate its 25th anniversary. The event will take place in conjunction with the International Actuarial Association meetings. We will hear from the presidents of the IAA and our society about the latest trends and news in the actuarial profession.
Tarmo, good to see you.
Hi, Marika. Can you tell me, please, what are the biggest joys and challenges in your everyday working life?
Well, of course, the recent challenge is the implementation of IFRS 17. And I just wonder if all this hard work during past few years really pays off. And is the new financial reporting transparent enough for investors and CEOs? And another big exciting challenge is the rapid development of AI and data science. And my concern here is that we as actuaries do not invest enough time into it. What about you? What do you have in mind?
Well, I'm a little bit concerned how to make our profession more popular among young people, especially in times when there are so many attractive jobs available on the labor market. And as you correctly pointed out, everybody seems to think that AI would solve all the questions in the future. And of course, my wish would be that actuaries could get more involved in creating public good. With the aging population, I'm convinced that actuarial knowledge and wisdom can help you create these sustainable financial mechanisms to solve these questions.
Tarmo, sounds like these topics are exactly those we have in mind for our conference.
Sure, of course.
So you all are warmly welcome to join us on September 27th in Tallinn. We shall have interesting agenda with prominent speakers, panel discussions and networking opportunities, and of course there will be a birthday cake too. Welcome to Tallinn!
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Marika. Thank you, Tamo. We're very much looking forward to joining you in Tallinn later this year. And I hope many, if not all of us, will fully participate in your conference that will be at the start of our meetings on the Friday of that week that the IA meeting starts. So very exciting. We can't wait to be there. Right, we've reached any other business. Does anybody want to propose any other business to discuss? I clearly said that in the right way. And the answer is no, you're very happy not to. Great. So, for those of you who are joining us at the gala dinner tonight, please be back down here in this ballroom area. The buses will start going at something like 6:05. I'm told the last bus is 6:25, so please make sure you're back down before 6:25. For those of you, sadly, who aren't coming to our gala dinner, please enjoy a safe journey home, and I look forward to seeing you in Tallinn. Thank you, and I conclude council meeting for today. Thank you.